Jeff right there. You have a Souk edition of Primetime. Buckley over there with me. Rob needed the day off from his day off.
As one does.
Yeah, well, we both were gone yesterday. We played in the Maurice Lucas Foundation charity golf tournament, and just want to say they do a phenomenal job.
Very nice.
So we were, although I never saw Rob. Like, it's a big tournament.
Oh, so you guys weren't together. You were just at this.
No.
Okay,
we weren't
it.
together, but
I
they
don't know
do
if it's
such
like
a good
Prime
job.
Time's a package deal. Or...
No.
Okay.
So they do a really good job over there, and so it's always like on a Wednesday or a Thursday or something. So we don't plan it that often, but we get asked. I played with the guys from Michael Jordan Steakhouse, so shout out to Jeff and all those guys. They donated a huge, big old tomahawk dinner the night before for all the it was
That's
nice.
a good way to kick off the tournament.
They do a really, really good job out there, and they raise a ton of money. It was the 20th anniversary, so that was kind of a big deal because obviously Maurice Lucas being number 20, and he meant so much to the area. And David, his son, is the one that kind of runs that whole thing, and his mom and his whole family was there. So it was a really cool tournament, and it services the education and like underserved kids. So great cause.
Awesome.
Shout out to everyone out there at the Maurice Lucas Foundation, and again, thanks to all the great sponsors. They raised a ton of money out there. But no, so Rob was invited to play in something else, and I actually don't think that we like realized we were both playing in it. But then Rob was like, yeah, I'm not there on Thursday either. And I was like, oh. So I don't ask questions when Rob's gone. So I don't think he has the Rona again. I think he just took the day off from having the day off.
Well, what was
it's
that
an exhausting tournament out there.
Aren't you supposed to have what's that? There's that term I'm blanking on it, but like you basically are immune for the next like 3 months after or something. Wasn't there supposed to be something like that with COVID? You can't get it like right after you've had it.
Would anything surprise you at this point?
With him, no.
Yeah.
With him and the Rona, anything is possible.
POTUS got
Anything is possible.
Yeah, the POTUS got it right.
That's
in
right.
Vegas.
That's right.
Right? Rob went down there to do God knows what, picks up Rona. Biden went down there to do God knows what. Probably not the same thing Rob was doing. Both got the Rona. So maybe there is something to it. You go to Vegas and down you go. Well, Rob is back tomorrow, but I'm flying solo today, although, again, Buckley hanging out with me.
Hello.
Now, again, didn't see Rob at the tournament. I didn't see him in the money or whatever. And the group I played with, people would be like, hey, how'd you do? We played great for about 6 holes, but I was talking to a friend of mine just before the show. He called me. I was like, hey, how was the tournament? I was great. So it was me, the general manager from Michael Jordan Steakhouse, and then we brought in 3 others, a fivesome.
Okay.
So I brought in 3 guys who were all very, very good golfers. Like we knew the role.
Mm-hmm.
Like you know your role, right? You had to use 2 of your shots and 2 of your tee shots, and you got to hit a couple putts.
Yeah. Okay.
Right? Mission accomplished on that. Mission accomplished.
Get yours out of the way early so you can enjoy the rest of the day.
Actually, I got better as the day went on, and
How
I think
about
there's
that?
a reason behind this.
Tolerance.
Well, so we start out, and like I said, it's a big tournament. And
Well, most of these tournaments, it's flowing, right?
yeah, there's sticks out there though. There's this was competitive. There were a lot of this is one of the bigger tournaments in the area. And a lot of really
Maurice
good
Lucas,
golfers.
big name. I bet it draws big.
Yeah. Yeah, lots of big, like Alex English was there, Terry Porter, a bunch of old NBA Hall of Fame guys. Bill Walton had come in previous years. They did a nice little tribute to Bill Walton. So we get out there, and let's just say that we start off birdie, 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 birdie.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, we're 6 under through 6. And by the way, we missed an eagle putt by like half an inch. So we're like in my mind, I'm like, oh my gosh, like this is, we got 3 guys that are sticks. Me and my buddy from MJ Steakhouse. We're not the world's worst golfers. Again, for crappy players, we can contribute for a time or two. We bring high handicaps. We're like, hey, this we may be in, we in this thing. Brought a slight problem. So it turns out when you're making birdies, there's a thing in golf, the birdie bottle. You make a birdie, you do a shot. We brought an entire bottle of whiskey for the birdie bottle.
Well, you were prepared. You knew how many birdies there would be.
We were prepared. And so apparently I've been informed it's a terrible idea at a scramble tournament to have a birdie bottle, because I guess after 6 straight shots in the span of, 40 minutes.
Yeah, because you're playing best shots, and
that's not great for really good golfers.
The aiming fluid it starts losing its appeal at that point, I think.
Yeah. And I'm not going to lie, the birdie bottle kind of turned into the par bottle, and one guy didn't finish the round.
Nice. I think I saw that at Troon today. Do you think that dude at Troon had too much on the birdie bottle?
What was that cat's name?
I think it's Langas.
Lenga not gonna be here very long.
Langa leaving the UK early.
My man gets up there. If you don't know, the British Open today, by the way, was kicking people's asses.
Yeah.
Speaking of not finishing. Yeah,
Not
the British.
many good scores out there.
God bless the fact that it's the middle of July in Scotland, and there were people out there like they were in the middle of a hurricane.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Scotland. One of my most favorite places on earth. I loved living there, but if you don't like bad weather, don't move to Scotland.
But they also say like if you don't like the weather, like just wait 5 minutes because by the end of the afternoon it was gorgeous out there.
And you saw some better scores later in the afternoon.
Absolutely.
But my man up there, it's on a par 3. He hit it 80, and now he's claiming back problems.
I was wondering if this was a legit injury or just like I'm tired of this S. I'm out.
Yeah. Well, he hit an 84-yard shot on a par 3, and then proceeded to go up and scull it over the green. At which point he took off his hat, walked over, gave his club to his caddy, and just was like, "Yeah."
Shook the official's hand, and you could kind of look at the guy's face. He's like, "You wait, what?" And he kind of just waves, and then he's gonna go shake hands with the other caddies and the other players.
Well, that's what happened. That's what happened. So yesterday, one of the guys that we were playing with, he used to be a professional. Like he still is in the game of golf. He's a very, very, very good golfer. He's a little older, a little longer in the tooth, but he wasn't like in like his late 60s or anything. I'd probably say late 50s, early 60s. And we got to like hole 13, and he wasn't teeing off anymore. And where he's like, that's good enough. You guys got one out there, and I was like, oh boy. And then on hole 15, we just got this one. I'm leaving. We're like, what? He's like, I got somewhere. I just he just left. And the worst part is,
like, wait, was that the beginning of I've got somewhere to be?
Yeah, he just left.
Because
I know he just
you
left.
don't, right?
I'm assuming he was planning on being there the whole round. And at some point, I think it was like on number 15, he just left. So we put one of the other guys' bags on my cart, and he took a cart and he just vanished off into the distance.
I don't get brain man cold, but they're.
And that's when we realized that maybe we had made tactical errors in our strategy.
Well, it started with the tomahawk steak dinner, so I think it's a win.
Yeah. And at that point, our group was we were really in rare form because my buddy had turned in his golf polo for a Maurice Lucas jersey. So he was playing in a Maurice Lucas jersey, and he blew out his shoe.
Oh, okay.
Like to where the entire bottom of his shoe had come apart.
Jeez, how hard is this guy rotating? Man.
Other than just the front. So he was walking around with basically one shoe. Although it was great because anytime something good would happen, he could applaud with his shoe. Because if he just shook his foot, it was a one-man clapping operation. And I don't think that the professional golfer could handle it. I think that the one shoe clap and the fact that we killed an entire bottle in like 12, it mentally broke him.
I've been in that space before, not at a tournament, but when your group is just in a little bit different category or league than somebody else that you get paired with or playing with. I mean, I know that you guys were, you chose your group, but went to do one of those Sun River trips, and there were 8 of us, but one of the guys in the group got sick at the last minute, so it turned into 7. So we got a random single with our kind of like raucous like college group, and the guy played golf at D1. He was good. He was shooting like he's like a 2 handicap now, and was playing from the blacks at Sun River course. I mean, he was money, but. He was really nice at the beginning of the day. He was real quiet by the end of the day because he's like, I don't know if I can with these guys.
Nah, I think we officially broke him. When the shoe clap started coming out, I think he was done. He's like, I just can't do it. And then another guy that was on the team, he used to work at Nike, and then he had moved over, and I won't say what, but he moved over and he works for like a startup shoe brand. Like you would know it, but. Let's just say I made fun of him pretty much the entire time for his new footwear.
I'm picking up what you're putting down. I think.
And I think I may have broke him too. So yeah, it was self-sabotage last night for Team Michael Jordan Steakhouse. at the Maurice Lucas Invitational. But yeah, great time. Thank everyone out there. And maybe Rob was there and maybe he wasn't. I just thought it was weird that I never saw him. Rob is like a Wolverine. There's rumors of Rob, like you see sightings of him, but you never actually see him out in the wild. You just know he's there.
We have a friend like that. We call him the snow leopard because everyone loves hanging out and kicking it, but he's a little bit hard to pin down, hard to find. He's kind of lurking a little bit sometimes.
Yeah.
Not necessarily endangered, but camouflaged as well.
I must have had 15 people yesterday be like, "Hey, Rob's out here, right?" And I'm like, "I think." I'm like, "What do you mean you think?" I'm like, "He said he was playing in it. Like, who's he playing with?" I'm like, "I have no idea. Have you seen him?" I'm like, "No, absolutely not. Didn't see him before the tournament. Didn't see him on the range. Didn't see him on the course. Didn't see him at the dinner. Don't know."
Do you guys get the thing? And I'm guessing, having done this for so long, that you do, when you are out on your own and someone recognizes you or approaches you, do they ask about the other person?
All the time.
As like what are they up? What are they up to?
Rob hates it. Like,
I bet
Rob can't handle it.
because people, the way they associate the two of you together, it's like they believe that your lives are intertwined away from the show.
I don't think I get it quite as much as Rob does. But when it happened, I got it yesterday a lot.
Sure.
Because if you
That's
see
what made me think of it.
Rob's the golf guy, so if you see me out at a golf tournament, there's an assumption that
you came
Rob's
with
there,
Rob,
that I
right.
came with
Okay.
Rob. But yeah, Rob hates it. Like, because that's Rob gets it all the time. "Hey, where's Sook?" And it is, I mean, it's a known fact. Me and Rob don't do anything outside of the show. We get along great.
Well, Timbers games.
Well, yeah. But did you notice he was on the other side of the stadium?
Yeah.
Rob was like, "Hey, I saw you at the game." I'm like, "You didn't come say hi?" He's like, "Yeah, no. It doesn't, like, we don't, if we happen to do anything outside of work, it's by happenstance. Like, if we're at the same show. But even then, like, I was at a Whiskey Myers show like a year ago. And Rob was like, "Hey, I saw you." I'm like, "You didn't come say hi?" He's like, "Yeah, no." Rob, like I said, Wolverine style, the snow leopard. Like, Asachi is he's a slippery devil. You never know what that guy's up to. But yeah, I got a lot of that. Where's Rob? I'm like, I don't know. Couldn't tell you. So maybe there's something else. Maybe he did get another round of COVID, but he wasn't here yesterday, not here today. We're hearing rumors. Rob back tomorrow. And it's the British Open. I would assume he wants to come back.
Sure.
Talk of the British. And we'll talk a little British Open. We got NFL camps are going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like rookie camp. So we got some NFL stuff that we'll dig into. It's one of those weird days. I mean, there is nothing going on. We got no Major League Baseball. Like, the Olympics haven't started up. I mean, really all we got the British Open and with someone that you've never heard of in the lead. And, we've got some NFL camps, mostly just kind of rookies digging around. But Tyson Algier will join us, I-5 Corridor, 5:15. So we'll talk a little Ducks, Beavers, because college football is like a month away.
45 days away.
Yeah, I want to say like on August 23rd, 24th, we've got like 7 games.
And I think there is even like one of those Thursday night kickoff games too, which I think is exactly 5 weeks from today.
Yep. So, we got some stuff to get into. We'll do a little college football. There's some rumors going around, but we'll definitely get into some NFL stuff, maybe even some NBA Summer League news. Of course, in the news, Club 1080. Lots of stuff to get to today on a solo Souk with Buckley edition of Primetime right here on 1080 The Fan.
Yeah.
today. I didn't watch as much of it. Obviously, the time change gets you a little bit there, and it was just kind of one of those. I was running around today, so I didn't get to see a ton of it. Saw some highlights. Saw Tiger with a good little snapback at someone. I saw Rory getting kicked in the giblets time and time again. +7.
Ooh,
so much
he had a rough one, yeah.
Yeah, so much for I think he was second odds-wise.
Second best odds behind Scheffler.
Scotty Scheffler.
+850, I think.
So I think Tiger and did Tiger go +7 as well?
He went +8.
+8?
Yeah.
Saw the Doucher was at +7 and they hit like an eagle on 16, a ridiculous eagle putt to get it to 5.
Right.
5 over. So, I mean, I guess there's that. I'm looking ahead, though, at the NFL here. So we'll look at today's 10 of the fan poll question up on Twitter and or X, whatever the hell you want to call it. And ask you the question as we're, camps are underway right now. I saw Kansas City's in camp. Baltimore's running around. And a lot of these people just have rookies, but I saw, Pat Mahomes was running around Chiefs camp throwing it. And so I ask you the question today, which NFL team has the best breakout candidate? Comment if you think someone else should be on that list. So we put the Bears, Packers, Jets, and Chargers. I was kind of going through the other day. I was looking at some of the Super Bowl odds, and obviously Kansas City is the favorite. Kansas City, San Francisco are the two favorites. And then you got Baltimore, Detroit, Cincinnati, Philly, and Buffalo. Those are your favorites. And then after that, like Houston, Green Bay, and the Jets basically have the same odds. And then you look at a team like the Chargers and the Bears, both with about the same odds. So if you want the Packers, you want the Jets, you're looking at anywhere from +17 to +2,000. And then if you want the Chargers or the Bears, we'll give you about +4,000. And I was thinking about this today. As I was driving in, I was actually listening to NFL radio, flipping around, and they had one of the Texans guys on there. And the Texans, and that's kind of wanted to see where people would go with this. Do you like the Bears? Do you like the Packers? Do you like the Jets? Do you like the Chargers? Or do you think the Texans are even considered a breakout team? They made the playoffs last year. The Texans right now, when you look at people that are placing bets, the Texans in most books are second or third right now.
They're really popular.
Really, really popular. So I kind of left them off because are the Texans even a upstart team if they're getting this kind of juice?
I wouldn't consider them one just because I think they've already broken out. They did that last season. They kind of announced themselves. And I mean, maybe you could make an argument that the Packers did too, but I think they got lost in the shuffle a little bit. And I think there's still questions overall about that roster. So
see, when I look at it, and I've heard a lot of people say that both the Packers and the Texans are kind of silly picks because they're both so young. But in today's NFL, youth is king. I don't think we appreciate how hard it is to win as you get a veteran roster. I mean, look no further than the Kansas City Chiefs, who, by the way, are trying to do something that no one has done in NFL history, and that's win 3 in a row.
Isn't that amazing? Has never happened. All the other sports,
yeah.
Well,
the NFL is so fluky in not only when you're talking about building a winner in the NFL, you have to have so many things go right. I don't think there's any other sport that has the level of uncertainty that the NFL has. One, it's competitive by nature. Like if you're in the NBA and you grab yourself one of the top 6 or 7 players in the league, you're kind of guaranteeing yourself that you are going to be relevant for a long, long time. Right. And rosters tend to stay together and guys get big contracts and they're not going anywhere. So when you build something, you can kind of build more of a dynasty laden team. Although with the new CBA, and we've seen multiple NBA champions over the last 6 years, maybe that'll change a little bit. But the NFL is not designed to have dynasties. It's just not. It's designed to have competitive balance. And we see it. There's a 50% turnover in playoff teams just about every single year. And in almost every year, there's always a worst to first. And we'll go through that today and look at the candidates on who could go worst to first. So the fact that we've never seen a three-peat, I think, again, the game just isn't set up for it. And then when you go back and look at all the things that have to go right in order to win an NFL championship, the first and foremost is just it's a health thing. I mean, the NFL game is a war of attrition. While there are other sports where injuries play a big role, there's nothing quite like the NFL. The NFL injury rate's 100%. Everyone gets hurt. I mean, by the time you get 6 or 7 weeks into the season, everyone is dinged up. So half the battle in the NFL is just staying healthy. And yeah, you can get into that with how good your strength conditioning program is, how good your training staff is, how committed your guys are. But for a lot of that, it just comes down to flukes. It comes down to dumb luck. And again, we'll take Kansas City, for example. The year they lost that Super Bowl to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, why did they lose? I mean, just to boil it down to one thing, the biggest reason why they lost is both of their tackles got hurt. And if you watch that Tampa Bay game, Patrick Mahomes was running for his life. And by the way, he damn near held on to that thing and kept them competitive in that game, even though he had zero pass protection. So you have to find a way to stay healthy. And you look at all the little things that go into building an NFL roster. Again, basketball, let's be honest, you have to find 2 guys, you have to find 2 anchors, and then you got to find, 4 other guys? Like, honestly, you got to find 2 other really quality starters. You can probably hide 1 guy, and then you got to find 1 or 2 bench guys that are solid, and then you can sprinkle in something. But look, if you hit on 2 impact players, big players, and then you hit some doubles on 5 or 6 other guys, you've got an NBA champion, right? There's no other sport in the NFL, like the NFL. You got 53 guys. And by the way, you are going to need those guys. Again, I'll take Kansas City. Last year, Drew Tranquill, who was a starter with the Chargers, right, comes to Kansas City and as a backup. Kansas City has some injuries at linebacker. Who comes up? Drew Tranquill, who was the best defensive player in that Super Bowl. That whole playoff, they don't win without him coming over. That's how freaking hard.
The margins are ridiculously thin.
Yes.
It's one sliding door this way or that it's a butterfly effect thing. It almost feels like you have to have so many things fall in your way. And it's almost like there are teams that eliminate themselves, not because they've done anything wrong, but because they just can't check certain boxes by the end of the season, whether personnel wise or there's so many things that can happen to you and that can derail what you have going on. It's really difficult.
And this is why I'm very high on the Texans. We didn't put them on this question because, again, maybe they already broke out. I'm pretty high on the Bears and I'm pretty high on the Packers because unlike the Jets and unlike the Chargers, and you can make a strong case that the Jets certainly have a better roster. Chargers, I'm not so much. I think the Chargers, to me, are a little bit of fool's gold. Like, I see a lot of people jocking the Chargers, and I don't understand. I would make the argument that this is the worst Charger roster since Herbert's been there.
They like to drink their haterade and eat their hater tots.
The only thing for me, I agree. I think that is 100% right. But for whatever reason, Jim Harbaugh has always had the magic touch wherever he goes.
Yeah.
As far as just like you get the bump from where you were up a level when he gets to your organization, whether that's college, whether that's pro. We've seen it with the Niners. We've seen it with Michigan. We saw it with Stanford. It's what happens when he gets places, and his winning percentage is off the charts. Yeah. So maybe he can do more with less than the others, and maybe he can get more out of Herbert than past coaches could, but it is an uphill battle because you're right. There's not as much talent there as there used to be.
No, but the other one that the NFL is a little funky is we always hear that youth is such a like the NBA especially. You don't win when you're young in the NBA. You just don't. Baseball, it's hard to win when you're young, right? You gotta have seasoned guys. The NFL is a youth league. So when you look at the Packers and you look at the Bears and you look at the Texans, what do they all have in common?
Youth.
Ridiculously young. Ridiculously across the board. The Houston Texans in last year's draft got 5 really quality starters, including the Rookie of the Year offense and defensive players. And what did the Houston Texans do in the offseason? They went out and got Joe Mixon. And then went and got Stephon Diggs. And then went out and got Hunter from the Vikings to pair alongside Will Anderson. I mean, how do you go out and do that? Because everyone else is cheap. Will Anderson, cheap. CJ Stroud, cheap. Nico Collins, cheap. Tank Dell, cheap. When you get these guys on rookie deals, look at the Packers. The Packers, every player that matters to the Packers, minus Josh Jacobs, is all on rookie deals. The Bears the Bears went out and spent in this offseason, went out and actually spent money on some vets because a lot of their key players young. And if Caleb Williams hits, that roster is dynamite. I think that Bears roster is really, really good. That division is going to be a meat grinder because the Lions probably have the best. I mean, not probably. The Lions are the best team in that division. But the Packers are really good and young, and the Bears are really good. If Caleb Williams ends up being what we think he's going to be, that is a home run. And then the Vikings are a bit of a, who knows what the hell's going on there. We got J.J. McCarthy, who hasn't even signed yet. Hopefully that'll take care of itself. But, youth in the NFL is king. There is no better time to build an elite roster. When you look at best rosters top to bottom, most of those will come from teams with rookie quarterbacks. Once you have to start paying a guy via the Dallas Cowboys, you see Jacksonville, even the Chargers have this. Once you start having to pay a guy 50 plus mil a year, it takes away from what you can do. You can't go out and spend on expensive free agents, and you can't necessarily go out and just, pay everybody. But when you have young guys, and not just quarterback, but when you have 4 or 5 guys that are on rookie deals, and Jordan Love isn't a rookie, but he's not expensive yet. He's going to be expensive real fast. Miami is going to be expensive real fast because Tua's going to have to sign his deal.
But they've got a window.
But they got a window. And so that window in the NFL, unlike other sports, where you always try to find the veteran-laden team, and I think in the NFL, if you're looking for someone that could actually be a surprise team, I always say look young. Always look young, because that is the best window. And those windows in the NFL don't stay open very long.
And, not on our list, but because they've been there before, but they've been knocked off because of injury. I think the Bengals are interesting from that standpoint. I mean, you wouldn't call them a breakout because they've already made a Super Bowl, but I'm looking at the numbers here. They were the 3rd youngest team in the NFL last year, and they go into this year with the fewest 30-year-olds on their roster. They have one guy who's over 30 on their entire roster. So you've got Joe Burrow, you've got Jamar Chase, and you've got a bunch of young dudes around. So maybe look there.
If Joe Burrow is healthy, and it's a giant if.
Big time.
If Joe Burrow's healthy, Cincinnati's one of the 2 or 3 best teams in the NFL. Period. End of story. The 2 years that he's been healthy in the NFL, the 2 full years,
they've been awesome.
AFC Championship game, I think lost in overtime, if I'm not mistaken, and went to a Super Bowl. And damn near had that one too.
Mm-hmm.
Cincinnati's the real deal. It just comes down to, is Joe Burrow healthy? That's a hell of a team. And remember last year, and they got a really good coach too, because when Burrow went down, he took Jake Browning
and kept together
and kept that thing together.
Yeah.
Same thing with in Cleveland with Stefanski. They kept that thing together. You want to find out where a good coach is in the NFL? Find out what happens when they lose their quarterback. And look, I'm not asking you to go and win Super Bowls a la what Philadelphia did, but when you can hold it together, when you can make a playoff run, when you can be in contention, 1, that means you got a hell of a coach, and 2, it means you have a very balanced roster.
And to that end, I know you have questions about the coach there, but that's kind of why I like the Jets too. They lost Aaron Rodgers 4 plays into the season, and Robert Saleh, who's a defensive-minded guy, still managed that team to a 7-10 record.
That's why I put the Jets on there. Everyone's saying, it's the Jets and Aaron Rodgers, and he makes a lot of noise.
But he got like Zach Wilson and Joe Flacco to get 7 wins somehow. So,
and with hopefully a better offensive line, they love the rookie that they got out of Penn State. You're hearing a lot of good things out of Jets facility about that. And you may not like Aaron Rodgers, you may not like the noise the Jets are creating. Absolutely, the Jets are a team that can win that division. 100%. Sleep on them at your own peril. So we'll talk about. I want to talk when we come back about windows, because we were mentioning all these teams, and I think there's something in the NFL that is harder for teams to do, and maybe it's just hard in everyone's life, but to have some self-auditing that goes on. And I'll tie this in because there's a receiver that's making a lot of noise out of San Francisco, and there's always this, when you get a great player that is unhappy, there's always this sense of, well, who wouldn't want him? Now, I think sometimes that answer, the list is a lot shorter than what people realize. We'll talk some more NFL as we kind of kick it down, and we look forward to hopefully some football very, very soon. Here, though, Buck with SportsCenter.
This is an Open Championship Week edition of
Welcome back in. We're talking a little NFL. Potential breakout teams, if you will. And there's so many of those teams. Like, would Seattle be considered a breakout team? You know, they've been 9-8 the last 2 years.
Yeah, I would.
You know,
I kind of think of it as a team that didn't make the playoffs becoming a playoff team. Obviously, the Packers would not be part of that, but
yeah. Well, the Packers made it last year. Again, the Texans made it last year. But again, I really like, if I'm betting futures, I'm very, very bullish right now on the Packers and the Texans. Both appear to have their quarterback of the future, and both have ridiculously young rosters, and they've been really, really smart with their roster construction.
young, smart head coaches too.
Yeah, and the Texans have turned over that roster almost as much as anyone over the last few years. I mean, they used to be so.
D'Amico Ryans walked into a dumpster fire of a situation, and he turned that thing around quick.
And they've done a nice job in roster construction with their new GM, and then the Packers. You know, it's time to just give LaFleur his roses. Matt LaFleur is a really, really good coach. And the only thing about Green Bay is, again, Jordan Love's going to have to get paid sooner than later, whereas, you know, Stroud and the other rookie quarterbacks, they're going to be able to be on those cheap deals for a while. Love will eventually get paid. In fact, did you see Jordan Love shut down an interview because someone asked him about his contract?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, someone asked him about it, and Love was like, yeah, we're not talking about this. Because there's several quarterbacks that are basically playing this year on a, you know, what the hell? I mean, there's actually quite a few of them, because Dak still has that hanging over his head. Tua has that hanging over his head. His left tackle, Teron Armstead, recently had to speak about that and was like, it's business. That'll get done. Love obviously is pretty bristly about his, to where he won't even answer questions. He'll shut down a press conference about it. Brock Purdy is one in San Francisco that Brock's not going to keep playing for $1 million a year.
No, and the other thing is that if he keeps putting up amazing numbers, he has an agent and a players union that don't want him to just settle on, you know, average Joe quarterback money. They're going to be like, go get yours. You're an MVP candidate on a Super Bowl contending team. You should be a top paid guy, and someone's going to have to pay him like that.
Well,
you'll see what loyalty's
if
like.
San Francisco was smart, they would do it sooner than later.
Do it early, yes.
Well, Andy Reid had a great line, and I don't think Andy Reid necessarily came up with this. Andy Reid always said this, and Bill Belichick had a little bit of this, in that they always said, pay guys before they know they're good. Because once you wait for someone, Brandon Aiyuk is a great example of this.
Yeah.
Brandon Aiyuk
is
a really good player. And Brandon Aiyuk right now is causing San Francisco headaches. And, you know, whether or not he's going to be dealt, he publicly came out this week and said, I want to be traded. And this has been like such a dumb soap opera for the last seemingly like 5 months. I feel like this is one of those things. And will he or won't he? And he came out finally, was like, no, I want to get dealt. And San Francisco is saying, no, we're not going to deal him unless the price is right. But this kind of goes back to my original point I was trying to make of having to know who you are. And the idea of San Francisco wanted to keep Brandon Aiyuk, they should have already paid him.
The only issue for them was that they had like 11 guys they're trying to pay, and that's going to happen.
It's going to happen. So once you wait until a guy is good to get paid.
But they almost made their choice a year or two ago, when then he wasn't one of the guys.
And he wasn't one of the guys. And so now you hear all this time about, everyone would want Brandon Aiyuk. Really? Because I don't think everyone wants him at $32 million, which is what he's going to want. He wants to be paid like a certain receiver out of Minnesota. And Brandon Aiyuk is good, but he's not that good. Brandon Ayuk's numbers, by the way, like Washington is a destination that I've heard pop up for him. You know, go play alongside Jaden Daniels and a young guy. Well, you're already giving Terry McLaurin $22 million a year. So now you want to go dump $30 million on Brandon Aiyuk? And is Brandon Aiyuk, again, the one? Is he the two there? What does that do? This is where I said you got to be honest about who you are. If I'm a Super Bowl contending team, and I feel that I am one piece away, Brandon Aiyuk is a guy that, and I can squeeze him in. And this is the other problem, is that if I'm a player away and I'm a Super Bowl team, a lot of times I can't pay a guy $30 million a year.
Because you've already used that money to construct the roster that's that close.
Yes.
Yeah.
But if I'm a bad team, or I'm an average team, guess what Brandon Aiyuk does for me? Nothing. He does absolutely nothing. We get so over our skis about wide receivers or defensive ends in this league. Oh, he's a defensive end. He gives me 10 sacks a year. Great. How good is my team? Max Crosby means nothing to the Raiders. They suck. They're not any good. And Max Crosby is one of the best defensive players in the NFL.
He's a beast, but it's not going to mean anything because they don't have enough guys around him.
Exactly. Brandon Aiyuk is a nice piece. But unless you're honest, so Devontae Adams is better than Brandon Aiyuk. And what are they already talking about with Devontae Adams? Trading him.
Getting rid of him. I've even heard him talk about an Adams-Aiyuk swap.
It's just one of those things.
Which, as a Niners fan, I'd absolutely take.
There is almost no player in the league that turns an average team to anything other than just a slightly more average team. This is why I said you've got to be honest in who you are. Like, we constantly want teams to go out and make these big swings. And yes, in baseball, maybe in the NBA, I think in the NBA it makes the biggest, the most sense, because when you get one guy, it makes such a big impact. You know, you go out and get a bat in Major League Baseball. Yes, sure. But in the NFL, be honest in who you are. How many teams are one player away? So I think sometimes it drives
people. Count them on one hand, maybe?
Exactly. So, like, if I'm the Green Bay Packers, do I want to go get Brandon Aiyuk? No. I've got a ton of young guys. I think maybe my window is just starting to open right now, but I need to see where this goes. And that's a team that actually Brandon Aiyuk would probably make a difference on. And I'm still not wanting him because I understand who I am. I understand why and how my team is built.
I mean, your team needs to be structured a certain way, and your committed money has to work out a certain way. And there's not, in the Venn diagram, there's not a lot of overlap where that is going to make financial and competitive sense for your team.
The teams, honestly, that make sense for Brandon Aiyuk, there's like 4 of them. Buffalo doesn't have a number one guy.
That's a good call.
And Buffalo's in a championship window.
Yep.
If you can make that work with compensation and make it worth, as far as giving San Francisco what they want, and you can find a way to pay him, because, by the way, Brandon Aiyuk ain't coming at a discount.
No. And it's going to get harder and harder in Buffalo because Josh Allen's going to be making $70 million before we know it.
And that's why I said it's like these are just even ones that if it could fit, it makes sense. Chargers, again, if the Chargers honestly look at themselves and say, "Hey, we're a player away," Aiyuk makes sense. Go be a number one for Justin Herbert because it doesn't happen right now.
Yep.
You let your 2 number ones walk.
I mean, who is their best offensive weapon right now?
Justin Herbert and an offensive line?
Yeah, well, and that I guess I meant for Herbert, and I don't know who that is.
I mean, they got the kid out of TCU who was a massive disappointment last year, the wide receiver.
Quentin Johnson, I think.
Yeah, and then you got a bunch of busted backs. You basically have all the injured backs from the Ravens.
Yeah, you got the Gus Bus and
Gus Bus and Dobbins.
Yeah, J.K. Dobbins. There you go.
I mean, your best weapon is your offensive line. You're going to run the ball. So again, Aiyuk makes sense there, but outside of that, there's not a ton. You look at teams that are kind of like on the come up, like you say the Dallas Cowboys, they can't even pay CeeDee Lamb right now. You're going to add him to that mix? Philly's trying to get over the top. They already have their 2 receivers. Cincinnati has too many receivers, right? Baltimore, maybe? Like, there's just not a lot of teams that you look at and say, that makes a ton of sense. Seattle has theirs too. And by the way, Lockett's going to be gone after next year. He's going to be a casualty. So it's funny that when I look at a guy like Aiyuk who's now making all this noise saying, I want to be traded, and I want to make a ton of money, and I want to go someplace good. Good luck.
Yeah, I mean, we all want a lot of things.
You know who makes trades for Brandon Aiyuk? Bad teams. Because they don't have, this is why I said, self-auditing and being honest with who you are and how you're trying to progress, it's the number one thing that clips NFL teams right in the Achilles. The NFL is set up for you to be good in a handful of years if you're run properly and you make smart decisions. But what happens in the NFL far too often is it's run by dumb people in the front that aren't honest with themselves. And another big one is people that are worried about losing their job. If you're a coach or a GM and you're like, oh my God, we're 1 5 to 6 win season away from getting our ass fired, making a move fight for Brandon Aiyuk, and you're like, God, if that can squeeze us out 7 games, maybe I can get another year out of this. And it has nothing to do with the long-term success of your team. Nothing at all. It's just a matter of trying to save your ass and not get canned. And why do you see so many teams stuck in neutral so long in the NFL? Right there. Because coaches and GMs are fighting for jobs. Which is why when you hire a GM, you hire a coach, the best thing you can do as a front office is convince them that they have a long runway. Convince them that you have time. We are going to let you build this for 5 years the way you want to build it, and we are not going to have a knee-jerk reaction to it. And what happens all the time in the NFL? Knee-jerk reaction. 1 bad season, and thanks for coming. And everyone sees that, and so they're going to go out and they're going to make a dumb deal and pay a good receiver, not a great one, a good receiver, $32 million. They're going to give up future draft picks they could actually use to build their team, and they're going to end up with meaningless stats. He's going to go to a bad team, and he's going to have 75 catches for 1,100 yards, and he's going to have 6 touchdowns, and he's going to be Terry McLaurin, and he's going to be Devontae Adams. And guess what? In 2 years, he's going to be pissed off that he's there because his team's going to suck. His numbers aren't going to be that great, and he's going to want to go someplace that he's going to win. And the cycle just repeats itself over and over and over again, unless you're honest about who you are and you develop a real plan. Because when you do that, you end up being the Houston Texans. You end up being finally the Chicago Bears. You end up being the Detroit Lions. You end up teams that have been built the right way. And it takes time, but when you lay a solid foundation, even if you don't necessarily have the world's best quarterback, Detroit Lions, you can have a lot of success when done right in the NFL with patience. Or we come back, we'll talk about patience because it's only been, 20, 25 years. Is someone finally getting their just desserts, or are they still not happy? Primetime when we come back.
Thanks to our fan listeners and Autotown GMC for making the 10th annual Fan Golf Classic
Thoughts from the Vancouver Ford text line. Aiyuk to the Chiefs. And again, this goes back to our point. Kansas City's not going to pay him. Kansas City really can't pay him. Again, this is like the idea that they're in the NFL, the salary cap in some ways is a bit of a myth because there's always ways to manipulate it. But it is a cap. Like, there's a reason why they let Tyreek Hill walk. And if you're going to pay a receiver, it wasn't going to be Brandon Aiyuk. It would be Tyreek Hill. So, stuff like that isn't working. Someone else, Vancouver Ford text line, if the If you're the Chargers and willing to make a deal for number one, should they get Higgins instead of Aiyuk? Again, that's probably a personal preference thing.
Right.
But I would caution on either one of those. I think those are both really good receivers, and
Partially because of the systems they're in and the players they're around, right?
yes. I think that there is, much like in the NBA, there's a difference between stars and superstars, right? Damian Lillard right now is, Damian Lillard was a star in this league for many, many years. But Damian Lillard wasn't a superstar. Damian Lillard wasn't someone that could will a team deep into the playoffs by himself.
No.
Just not. And that's the whole Batman Robin thing. I think he was better than Robin, but I think he was Batman. He wasn't Superman. Giannis was Superman, right? And so we
And he never had a really good Robin. I mean,
They didn't have anything.
yeah,
He didn't have Jack.
CJ wasn't Robin.
Didn't get Jack S around him. So we have this debate all the time in the NBA on who's the real needle movers, and there's not many of them. And the NFL, God, we do this more than anything else. That we make receivers out to be the end all to be all. We don't just try to create Batman, we try to create Superman out of all these receivers. We love to do that. And yet historically, when we look back at Super Bowl winners, you know what you don't find most of the time? These receivers.
It's true.
We just don't. And yet I hear all the time, I'm trying to but there's a national guy that loves to do that. Well, you don't have a receiver. Can't win without a receiver. Who was Kansas City's best receiver last year? Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
Who was their other
But
receiver?
actual wide receiver. I mean, the only thing we heard about the other guys, like Kadarius Toney, was how much he was dropping balls and penalties, and I mean their whole unit was an abomination.
Yeah. Now they won one with Tyreek Hill. Give him credit. And then you want to go back to that. The Rams had Cooper Kupp, but Cooper Kupp wasn't making $80 million a year. Just wasn't. Tampa Bay had Mike Evans. Mike Evans, really good receiver. But Mike Evans is not a guy that, one, ever made $30 million a year. And Mike Evans was just a guy that they drafted and was a really, really good receiver. But no one considers Mike Evans to be a top 5 receiver. I think he's criminally underrated. New England never had a receiver. Just didn't. When Philadelphia beat New England the year, was Philadelphia just lined up with all of these guys?
No.
We'd love to do it. We've gone from devaluing running backs to overvaluing wide receivers.
We should
just
probably
have.
give some flowers to Rashee Rice, who did catch 79 balls for almost 1,000 yards and 7 touchdowns.
How
He
much did
basically put a Kelsey numbers.
And how much did he catch? Or how much did he cost? $1 million bucks?
Yeah, not very much because he's a new guy.
Yeah. Cooper Kupp, I love Cooper Kupp, but Cooper Kupp makes a bunch of money. You know who doesn't? Puka Nacua. There's going to come a time here where the Rams may have to make a decision, and guess who they're going to choose? Puka Nacua. I mean, look, I love Justin Jefferson. Justin Jefferson is the best receiver in the NFL. Anyone want to doubt that? What has that ever meant for Minnesota? Not a good quarterback. Kirk Cousins was a good player. Minnesota was a solid team. What did Justin Jefferson ever mean? Calvin Johnson's the best receiver that I've seen in the last handful of years. Best since Randy Moss. Calvin Johnson never won anything. Randy Moss might be the best receiver I've ever seen, minus Jerry Rice. And the one year that he was in New England, he should have won a Super Bowl. Randy Moss was something special. But again, we'd love to think that receivers are the answer to everything, and I don't get it. It is, and I think it's just the way the game has gone, and because they're flashy and because they're kind of the, they're the face of the NFL. Right? There's not many backs. I mean, I'm trying to think just over the top of my head. Outside of Christian McCaffrey, you got Derrick Henry, who's, kind of on the downside of his career. Is there another?
I'd say definitely on the downside now. He hasn't been a force in a while.
Is there another star running back in the NFL?
Boy, if there is, it's someone who's more of a Swiss Army knife type. Like, I mean, you look at the guys. I mean, I'm like going to the guys in Detroit, like Gibbs and Montgomery. Montgomery's pretty darn good, but
Not stars.
No.
Josh Jacobs isn't a star.
No.
Remember all that a couple years ago? None of those guys got paid.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Jonathan Taylor's not a star. Nick Chubb's not a star. Yeah, Saquon Barkley. They try to make Saquon Barkley a star.
He doesn't produce like a star.
He's not a star.
Star name who got drafted real high.
Yeah. How many star receivers are there? God, there's like 1,000.
Every team has one, it seems like.
Yeah. And then we just sit there and we're like, oh, yes. What are the Cowboys going to be without CeeDee Lamb? Oh, probably
somebody who finds it. There'll be someone who has a guy that does exactly what he does.
They're without CeeDee Lamb, they're a slightly less version of what they are, but they're not that great in the first place. It's a good team. And CeeDee Lamb's a nice player. I want CeeDee Lamb on my team.
Oh, and yeah, it's
I don't
not a
wanna pay
knock on
CD
these guys, but you can find them. Maybe they're not a dime a dozen, but they're pretty common.
There just has to be a correction coming back the other way. Because we did this with running backs for years and years and years. And we had got to the point where we were like, you know what? I can just find cheap running backs and I can find them to be productive. And it sure feels like when you look through the NFL rosters that we're finding receivers all over the place. Like all over. Looking at the Texans are a great, we love to do, well, he doesn't have any weapons. Well, where did the Texans find their weapons?
They drafted him mostly.
And did Tank Dell and Nico Collins? Nothing. It wasn't like one of those where we looked at those guys and we're like, oh, those guys are solid players. And they had great years. But, you know, I look through the receiving leaders last year. CeeDee Lamb, Tyreek Hill, St. Brown, Michael Pittman, Keenan Allen, Stephon Diggs, A.J. Brown, Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, Adam Thielen, Jamar Chase, DJ Moore, Garrett Wilson, Olave, Chris Goodwin, Terry McBride, Donovan Smith, Nico Collins, Mike Evans, Tyler Lockett. I mean, the list goes on and on. On and on and on.
Lots of guys can do the job, and all these teams are throwing the ball so much, it's going to go to somebody. You're going to have somebody who's productive.
So I'll be interested to see what happens with the Aiyuk thing, because they tried to draft his replacement. They went and got Ricky Pearsall out of Florida.
Yeah, well, and they were trying to draft his replacement, but additionally, I think they knew even then we can't pay Debo and Aiyuk simultaneously. Can't do it. So one of them's going to go. There was rumors on draft night that they were going to try to move Debo and keep Aiyuk, but either way, it's not going to be both of them. Pearsall's there to be a starter.
Just a weird, it's a weird time in the NFL. Perception versus the way good teams are built. And I think those are completely different things, but we get over our skis about that. Because we gotta have something to keep our fans. Oh yeah, we love receivers. And when you let one of them go, then we all get pissy and moany. And there's another one. Go back and look at the last 10 free agent wide receivers, big money signings, and how many of those worked out. Now, at least on the trade market, I'll give Tyreek Hill. It hasn't led to anything. Tyreek Hill has lived up to it in Miami. Kansas City looked at him and was like, dude, we're not going to pay you what you want. And I would also like to point out that Miami has won jack squat, and Kansas City has...
And they already had a good receiver in Jalen Waddle. So.
Kansas City has 2 Super Bowls. Yep. Love Tyreek Hill down in Miami. I think he's the best receiver in football, and he has certainly put up the numbers, but one team has won 2 Super Bowls, and the other team can't get out of the first round.
It's proof you don't need a Tyreek Hill to win a Super Bowl.
So, just saying. All right, we come back. A league maybe starting to get the credit it deserves, or is it? We'll talk maybe a little British Open. And, God, it's tough to be a Mariner fan. No baseball today, but they start a big one tomorrow. And their GM, just stop talking. Just stop. Shut up. Be quiet. Sometimes it's the best thing you can do.
Are you out of your mind?
When we come back here on The Fan. 3 to go. Tyson Algier of the I-5 Corridor will join us 5 o'clock, talk a little Ducks Beavers. Maybe even throw in some Timbers, huh? My Portland Timbers.
That, and also, I think that you may not realize you have a mutual interest that isn't super common. He's a big hockey guy.
Is he really?
In fact, I'm pretty sure, I follow him on Instagram, I'm pretty sure he plays in like an adult men's league. Like he still plays hockey.
He's out there mixing it up, throwing some bows on some people?
Maybe so. I don't know if they fight or anything. Might just be bros and beer.
Well, most of those, like, those are no check leagues.
Yeah, I think this is a beer league, a softball style. But yeah, hockey guy too.
Find out who his team is. It's a thin day in sports right now. Obviously, the British Open is concluded for the day because, well, it's in Scotland. And I happened to look up, and for some ungodly reason, the NBA Summer League is on. And let me state for the record that I've never cared about Summer League. I won't care about Summer League. The only one who cares less about Summer League than me is Isaac Ropp. Danny cares more about Summer League than any human being I've ever encountered.
Damn it! Never forget, that was Ropp reacting to Blazers Summer League.
Yeah. I remember we went down one year to cover Summer League with Greg Oden, and he played like 6 seconds, then got like a sinus infection, so they shut him down. Rob didn't care about it when we were down there. But I honestly can't think of a less buzzworthy Summer League that I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, the only thing that anyone is talking about at a Summer League is Bronny James. And they should be talking about how bad he sucks, but they keep trying to somehow manufacture something there, even though he's embarrassing himself at Summer League.
Did you see the latest defense of Bronny? That, you know who shot worse than him in Summer League? Jaylen Brown, NBA Finals MVP.
Dude, Bronny is so, they by the way, they caught Jaylen Brown saying that Bronny's not a pro.
Yeah, they got him like lip reading. And you know what's interesting?
That's dirty, by the way. That's doing Jaylen Brown dirty.
Did you see who had the video credit on that?
No.
The NBC Sports Celtics account. So the people, like
outed him?
his own friggin' team.
Come on.
I mean,
That's
I don't know
such-
if it was just accidental
That's such bush. He was there with like Angel Reese and his girlfriend. I guess his girlfriend plays
in the WNBA.
in the WNBA. And they were sitting there courtside, and someone zoomed in on Jaylen Brown, and they caught him mouthing, I don't think Bronny's a pro. No, he's terrible. Look, I'm not saying you have to be great at Summer League or being great means something in Summer League, but when you can't compete at Summer League and you're a 6'1" guard that they won't let handle the ball, that's a pretty good indicator that you suck. Like, you're not an NBA player. But at the same time, I saw Alex Sarr, who was the number 2 overall pick. He went 0 of 15 the other day.
He did. He's playing again right now.
Yeah, he's playing again. I looked up, and that's what made me think about it. I looked up and was like, oh, my God, Alex Sarr is playing? He went 0 for 15. I haven't seen one thing about Richesay, who was the number 1 overall pick.
I heard on a podcast yesterday that he's been solid.
He's been solid?
Yeah. Also, if you don't think that the NBA and LeBron and the defense of their man is so swift
It's unbelievable.
that like I really think Jaylen Brown is concerned about this being out there. He tweeted about it. Did you see him
like
then tweet?
Yeah, he was like, no, he's great. He
He's
didn't
like
deny saying it, by the
backpedaling.
way. He didn't deny saying it, but yeah.
No, which I appreciate. Like, oh no, that's not what it was.
Didn't he say something like he's got...
The tweet is, it's a flex to have your son alongside you in the NBA. It reflects greatness and longevity. Bronny has all the tools around him to be successful. I look forward to watching his growth. That's pretty crafty, because at no point did he say he's a good basketball player. At no point did he say he'll be a good NBA player.
I like that he said he had all the tools around him.
Right, so he doesn't have the tools.
No, they're just around him.
They're nearby.
Yeah.
Someone else has those tools.
Yeah, he sucks, but he's got a lot of tools around him.
And I look forward to
good.
watching him grow. Like, not be good, just maybe get better.
And I also love that he said it was a flex for LeBron. He gives a lot of credit to LeBron, not his kid.
And Bronny reflects greatness, but definitely not greatness.
Oh, dude, he's so bad. Like, he's embarrassing himself out there.
Saw
It's a rough go.
ESPN SportsCenter account, like they're trying to get as many clicks on this thing. They posted a Bronny pass deflection as a highlight.
Oh, yeah, dude. I see it all the time. I can't tell how many times, because I'll just sit there in the morning and I scroll through headlines, find stuff for the show, especially right now. It's kind of a thin time of the year. And the amount of headlines that I just roll my eyes at, Bronny proves people wrong. Bronny with monster deflection. Well, even Colin today was having the discussion. He talked about what a great defender he is. He's 6'1".
Come on.
What do you mean he's a great defender? He's getting cooked out there by guys that are going to be playing somewhere in Europe
His
in
first
a year.
highlight was like getting his ankles broken in game one.
It's embarrassing. I'd never seen anything quite like it. It's the most amazing coverage of a bad athlete. Not a bad athlete, a bad player. I guess he's a good athlete, but he ain't a good basketball player. He wasn't a great basketball player in high school. He wasn't a great basketball player in college. Not a great basketball player in the G League. Is it okay for us to just say that he's not a good player?
I think it is.
Like, we have a truth-telling problem. I mentioned this in the first segment. I was talking about NFL teams not being able to, like, be self-aware to admit what they are.
Well, that's what I'm saying about, like, the silver, and, like, it feels like it's state-run media. Like, you can't say something bad about LeBron or Bronny. Like,
No.
it's against a rule or something.
And I'm going down this road again. And Rob always gets pissy and moany at me when I do this, but he's not here, so I can do it. And then I don't have to listen to me pissy and moany. But as I was doing my my show research today, I came across 3 to 4 separate clips of people having the same discussion. And I'm telling you, we have a truth problem in the sports industry.
We have a news problem in the world.
Yes, in the world. So I had to listen to someone today bloviate on and on about how the new NBA media rights deal, which, by the way, it's what, $75 billion?
It's ridiculous, yeah.
I have a hard time even saying that. It's $75 billion.
Yeah, billion with a B.
By the way, we've got some NFL numbers because, the Packers have to make their numbers public. So
that's right. Yeah, that's
so
right.
it gives us an idea of what the NFL makes. And by the way, not what the teams make, just what the NFL makes and distributes. You think 75 bills a lot? Wait till you hear what the NFL pulled in last year. And that's just off speculation, just like tip of the iceberg stuff. But the NBA just recently signed their deal, 75 bill, and that'll kick in what, like 25, 26? So we got a couple years till we go to that. But a monster payday. Well, I don't know if you know this, but the NBA negotiates the WNBA media deal. The NBA owns 60% of the WNBA. I'd also like to point out that the WNBA has never turned a profit. Not one. Not a dime. It has lost money for the better part of 3 decades. Hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yep.
Just gone. Just burning cash.
Because, the NBA props it up, and
Yes.
they
make no money.
And listen, I want the WNBA to be there too, but it is not supporting itself.
Me too.
These are college programs. This is like a college program being propped up by football or basketball. Like your soccer team isn't making money here.
And I'm saying it for as loud as I can. Love women's sports. Want them all to succeed. Got 2 daughters. I want everyone to have an opportunity to play. Title IX, great. Get them as many scholarships as you can get them. I want everyone to have that opportunity. And if you can make money being a professional athlete in this country, you got to go overseas to play. God bless you. I can't think of many better jobs. But what I'm not for is BS arguments because we can't be truthful. And the WNBA is having a moment right now, or should I say, Caitlin Clark is having a moment. You also see that
she's giving the WNBA a moment.
Caitlin Clark has played in half a season so far.
Mm-hmm.
If you add up the games that Caitlin Clark has played in, the attendance that those have garnered, Caitlin Clark in one half of a WNBA season has broken the WNBA all-time attendance mark.
Yeah.
Of all time. In half a season.
She's doing remarkable things in a league that wasn't getting any real return.
Caitlin Clark, every game this year that she has played, except one, has drawn 1 million TV viewers. Do you know how many regular season games the WNBA has ever had that have drawn 1 million?
I'm going to guess 0.
0. The WNBA is still going to lose a massive amount of money this year. But they got them planes this year. Great. They got them private travel. I love it. More power to you. I hate that you had to fly commercial. It sucks. But you were hemorrhaging money for 3 decades. And yet you constantly said that the players need to be paid more, that we need private travel, even though you're just bleeding money. It's insanity to me. Well, today I saw this, that the WNBA got an evaluation off the new NBA deal. So the NBA deal, $75 billion over the length of that. So the WNBA is being valued at $2.2 billion over 11 years. So their payout is going to go from $60 million. They made $60 million off of their last TV deal. That's what the WNBA got off of their media rights deal. The NBA negotiated that. So here's $60 million. The next one will be $200 million. $200 million. So you go from 60 to 200. You've never made a dollar. The exact opposite. You've lost hundreds of millions of dollars.
Which is like, you're up 250% on that or something like that.
Giant number. Awesome. Growth of the game, kick-ass. People
300%.
making more money. Salaries are going to be bumped up. You got private planes now. Everything is going good. And you know what the main story was today? That it's not enough. That now the WNBA commissioner and the director is complaining, saying that they're undervalued and that this is ridiculous. And I had to listen to clip after clip of people saying that the WNBA isn't getting the respect they deserve and these players aren't getting the respect they deserve. What are we doing? What? In what world? Why can't we have an honest conversation about women in sports? That it's a growing market, that it's on the come up. We've never seen more and being invested in it. We've never seen revenue like
and
this.
specific
This is
female
all good.
athletes really do draw. There are special athletes that get everyone's attention, but it's not the entire league right now.
And by the way, you just went from 60 million to 200 million. As you said, what percentage is that?
It's like 320% increase.
Is that not growth? So when I have to sit up there and listen to talking heads on ESPN and Fox Sports bitch and complain and saying the WNBA is getting a raw deal and they're being undervalued and that you haven't made any money. And they just gave you a $2.2 billion valuation and you just got your pay bumped up 200+%. And it's still not enough. And then we still have to claim that it's not. And then this talking point just drives me bananas that we're not allowed. It's the Bronny James thing. You're not allowed to say on national radio or national TV, you're not allowed for whatever reason to say what clearly the honest truth is.
This kid sucks and shouldn't have a job in this league. Like that's what someone should be saying. Why hasn't one person said that? One.
And can't we say that the WNBA, why we think it's going to grow and why we think it's on the come up and it's having this awesome moment right now, shouldn't we wait until it turns any sort of profit before we start saying that instead of being valued at $2.2 billion, that they're now valued at $12 billion? And that the rookie salary thing, that can we stop comparing that to the NBA, where the NBA is $75 billion and the WNBA is $2.2 billion, and then we still can't have an honest conversation about why the NBA players are paid more? Why do we keep having to have this? A little bit of honesty. And maybe it's just that we don't want to hurt anyone's feelings and maybe we don't want to come across as insensitive and we don't want to be a big jerk, but a little honesty for grown women and grown men that are getting paid a lot of money to play a sport. What's wrong with a little honesty from time to time? I think we can take it.
And I wonder this too. I mentioned media at large. How much of this is the tail wagging the dog? How much of it is that if we talk enough about it, it will get bigger? I mean, do you think that's what these networks are doing? That they don't actually believe anything behind it, but that it'll generate discussion, it'll generate attention, and then you actually get the things that you're talking about? You're almost manifesting it being popular or more popular?
Look, I hope women's sports continues to grow, and I hope the WNBA grows by leaps and bounds. And when it does, I'll be the first one to say, hey, man, get your flowers, baby. Get as much money as you can. And a lot of these women are getting paid now, and they're getting endorsement deals. But if you want to come to me and say that we've lost money for 30 years, and now we want more, and we want a lot more, and we want private travel, and we want all these things that the NBA has, that's like me saying I want Colin Cowherd. Hey, Colin Cowherd makes a lot of money. I want Colin Cowherd money. Hey, Colin Cowherd lives in a mansion in Santa Barbara. I want a mansion in Santa Barbara. Me and him do the same thing, right? I have the same. Well, I'm just as good as Colin Cowherd. Hey, we were in the same market. He started in Portland. I'm in Portland. I want what he has. Well, Colin makes a lot more than I do because his show makes a lot more money than mine does. That's the beauty part about sports. I love it. Now that we've gotten to a point in sports, and yeah, it's not perfect. It's not. But we've broken the color barrier. We've broken the gender barrier. We've broken the sexual orientation barrier. It's not perfect. But in the world of sports, you get paid what you're worth. You get paid with what you generate. Most leagues, it's a percentage of revenue. You bring in more money, you get paid more money. And I'm just so tired about the dishonest arguments about this person deserves more. In the world of sports, you usually get paid what you're worth. You can be mad at someone in the NBA that's going to be making $80 million, but guess what? That's what he's worth because the NBA just signed a $75 billion deal. And that's the beauty of sports. There's equity in it. Big fan of it. And we should try being a little more honest when we have those conversations. I think people can handle it. And if they can't, sorry. The truth hurts sometimes. The world isn't all sunshine and rainbows, as Rocky once said. You know, the world isn't one big liberal arts college where everyone gets a slap on the back and told that they're the best in the world. It's not the way it works. That's one of the reasons why I love sports. All right, we come back. God, if you're the Mariners, can you just have your front office stop talking, please? Please, 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 please. Primetime here on The Fan.
Are you out of your mind?
It's The Fan on demand.
They're kind of fun to play with, aren't they?
Now
half expecting when I brought up National Caviar Day to be like, and then for you to fire up with, let me tell you, I was in Denmark once studying abroad, playing baseball. And then next thing you know, you're talking about eating some beluga caviar that was going to blow my mind. You rich bitch. I am fascinated by stories like this. An Oregon fugitive who had escaped from a prison work crew 30 years ago was arrested in Georgia. They found him in an apartment complex living under a stolen identity for more than a decade, according to federal authorities. Stephen Craig Johnson, 70 years old. That man had been on the run for 30 plus years.
When people can successfully be on the run, that always impresses me.
Right? I'm not going to lie. When I first read this story, I was like, dude, I think there should be a time limit. If you can escape from prison and we can't catch you for 30 years, I feel like you should get to go. I feel like at that point we should stop looking for you and we do a no countsies. And then I read that he was a child molester. So I was like, nah. If you're a child molester or like a rapist, then no. We can't do that. But 30 years. And what's crazy is they won't say how they caught him. They just said that new.
That's no fun.
That's what I was so upset.
Come
they said
on.
that there's new. The U.S. Marshal Service got him, and they said they were working on some new techniques with the FBI. So I guess someone was like, "Hey, you should try to find this guy," which is kind of crazy. After 30 years, you would think that you assume that he was dead, or you just would have stopped looking for him. But he apparently they had reopened the case, and they said that. They took over the search warrant in 2015 at the request of the Corrections Department. And through the use of undisclosed new investigative technology by the U.S. Department State Diplomatic Security Service, which whatever the hell that is, the marshals were able to develop leads that led them to Johnson, where he'd been living at this apartment complex in Georgia for over 10 years, and it was going by William Cox.
That is not... I try to decipher some of the most important words when I hear statements like that. I heard new technology in there, so I'm wondering, is there a facial recognition thing that they caught him with cameras? Because they talked about secure,
There's no way you could catch him, because when you look if you go to Oregon Live and you see the photos, and by the way, once you see the photo from when he was arrested, you'll be like, he was a child molester. Why do child molesters look 100% like child molesters? Like, what is your deal? He's got the mustache, the Dahmer glasses, the whole deal.
Yeah.
But when you look at him, there's no way that you would ever know that's the same person. No way. He's 70 years old now.
Yeah.
I want to know what new techniques. I was so bummed.
One of the first things I always think of is DNA. But you have to have DNA from back then, and then you have to have him in the registry for some reason. And if he was, you would have found him. So I don't know.
Yeah. I guess in 94, he was working a prison work detail at the Mill Creek Correctional Facility, about 5 miles southeast of Salem. And the minimum security prison wasn't surrounded by a fence, housed about 300 inmates who were within 4 years of release. So there's the other one. Dude, you were going to get out in a few years. I guess he didn't want to be a child mo for the rest of his life, so he just, he went on the lam.
And if you're in that spot, wouldn't you do the same? If you could? I mean, you're not going to be in that spot, but if that's the life he's already chosen for himself, he got away for 30 years.
I kind of feel like once you start diddling kids, you've kind of...
Well, yeah, obviously, but I'm just saying, regardless of what the crime was, he figured out how to skirt it.
Yeah, and I guess he took over a child, William Cox. They obtained a copy of a child's death certificate and the social security number, and he assumed the identity of a dead child.
Did you say his name was Johnson before?
His name was Stephen Craig Johnson.
So he went from, as the text line points out, he went from Johnson to Cox?
He did.
From Johnson to Hand, and the batter will be Mastroboni.
Yeah. And they said he was just known as Bill or Bud, and I guess everyone down there said he was a great guy.
It's amazing how they freaking do that, man.
No one knew, yeah.
It makes my skin crawl that people could do things so heinous and then go endear themselves to other communities. I just... Ugh.
Yeah, he's had a driver's license since 1998. He lived in these Clixby Towers. It's an apartment building for seniors and people with disabilities. He said, I pass him all the time. Everyone called him Bud. He said, said he was like super nice. Everyone loved him. Nothing bad to say about him. Very nice man. Everyone liked him. And he had been living there for over 10 years in this apartment complex and been on the lam for 30 years. And like, I'm fascinated. Is he super bummed, or is it like, hey man, I had a good run? Like, after 30 years, do you think that everyone's done? I guarantee that guy stopped looking over his shoulder 10 years ago.
Yeah, I think it's interesting the way that you frame it, because I would think once you have made it, even for a couple years, you feel like you're playing with house money.
Yeah.
Because you didn't expect to, or you wouldn't have expected to. And then at what point do you think, you know what? I'm good. I've cleared it.
Yeah, no, apparently not. It's just, dude, you escaped inmates that have been on the lam for 30 years. We have new techniques. They're not going to tell you what they are, but we have new techniques where we're going to get you. All right, coming back, we've got some massage parlor news. We got some an update on a body in the river. We have an update on the airport. Plenty of stuff to get to. One more segment as In the News rolls on right here. 10 to the Fan.
This is the Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation, online at windownation.com.
I really don't see much of a scenario where there
were put at potential risk for HIV, hepatitis B, and C after
Right.
they had a physician at 3 local hospitals not follow protocol.
Yeah, I recall.
So there's a follow-up there, and they got a guy, and obviously people are filing suit now, and they still won't say what exactly happened, just that protocols weren't followed. But a former legacy patient apparently shared some letters. He's going to the news to try to say that he's pretty pissed off about this. He said he got letters from the hospital that seemed to have the opposite messages. On June 3rd, they notified him of a possible break in infection control practices during his procedure while claiming this issue does not affect your health. Then on July 10th, he received a second letters from the hospital saying it is possible that this action may have exposed you to infections. So I don't understand. At first I was told there was no danger to me, and now I'm being told a month and a half later that there is a danger. He says that us patients were affected by this, and we need to know what's going on. So I like that he's as frustrated as I am that they're not actually saying what happened. He's one of 240 Oregon patients now being notified they may have been exposed to a couple different forms of the hep and HIV. And all they're saying is that this happened after an unnamed physician was involved in procedures requiring intravenous anesthesia at a couple different facilities, and that he didn't follow protocol. And the patients are saying, what does that mean? What do you mean he didn't follow protocol? Was he using dirty needles? Was he not washing his hands? And the guy says, obviously, I'm scared for my health. I'm scared for my family's health. I may have been exposed now. I'm concerned that that these are issues that they've known since the end of May to the beginning of June, and we're just now finding out about it. So apparently this guy is trying to get to the bottom of this and get some answers. And to him, I say, thank God. Because how scary is that if they tell you, hey, you know that procedure you had? Yeah, you might have gotten hepatitis or possibly HIV. And just know that some procedures weren't followed. We're not going to tell you what those procedures were, but you're fine. Wait, no, you're not fine. You may be in trouble. Can you tell me what happened? No, we can't. We can just tell you that procedures weren't followed.
And I understand, I guess, why organizations have to approach it this way, because everyone's worried, especially in the medical profession, of legal blowback, and you have to cover your ass. But you're being fed a word salad that isn't even true.
It's not good.
It's not good.
It's not good. Not good. You know what is good? The Portland International Airport.
Yeah,
we actually have a day.
Oh,
we have a day. This has been going on for a while now. And even when you go to the airport, everything's kind of hidden behind like construction barriers and all that. And remember, we've had a couple delays. Things keep getting pushed back. And then we had that guy that almost died. And so then we had to reevaluate the opening because they were pushing the workers too hard. Well, the Port of Portland has said the redesign, still largely hidden behind construction barriers, even though the terminal has remained open for business, will make its official debut. And the renderings of it do look pretty cool. And they're like, you can go on a bunch of different websites now, have kind of work in progress photos. It's going to be kick-ass when it's done, and it will make its debut on August 14th. So if you're flying somewhere on August 14th and you show up to the Portland airport, in theory, the brand new terminal will be unveiled to you, and it's supposed to be like a walk in the woods. A lot of natural wood and light and trees and whatnot right there. And so we're coming back. We were the #1 airport in the United States for a number of years, and then we lost our title, and now we're trying to make a comeback. So that comeback starts.
That's right. That's where civic pride begins.
August 14th. Yeah. We take pride in something, right?
Shoot, it's like, I mean, it's kind of the first forward-facing thing in person about your city. It's where people land when they come to visit.
Well, it's like the whole graffiti thing, which story we didn't get to. Like, we're trying to clean up the city. Like, we're redoing the airport, right? We're trying to take care of the graffiti. We're trying to deal with the homeless. We're trying to dig our way out. Yeah, we caused a little bit of a ruckus there. Got a bad run for the last couple years, and now, onward and upward. Brighter days ahead. I like it. Because, yes, the airport is the front door to your city that everyone sees. And we had a great airport. And it's going to be even better now. I'm excited to see the new terminal, all the new things that they're offering up, including a section of old PDX carpet where you can take a selfie with your little shoesies.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, we love that carpet. It's iconic, baby.
Then just make that the carpet.
Yeah. Doesn't fit into the new scheme of everything.
Aesthetic.
The new aesthetic. But we do have feet selfie stations now at the new airport. All right, that'll do it for In the News. When we come back, the Hot 5 at 5. Primetime here on The Fan.
Portland Perks.
Take advantage of the warmer weather, longer
that David Faraday saying that?
A Scotsman.
Yeah. Look, it's we know what kind of day it is. We're in that weird period, but we got NFL camps opening up. Tyson Alger will join us at the I-5 corridor in about 15 minutes. We'll talk a little college football. That's a month away. I think August 24th, I think we get like 7 games. So we got some sports coming. The Olympics right around the corner. Rop out today. We were both playing in the same golf tournament yesterday, but I think Rop needed a day off from his day off. So
As one does.
no truth to the rumor. We were not out in some sort of like romantic weekend together.
That'd be cute, though.
We did not buy a waterbed. In fact, I didn't even see him at the golf tournament. He may or may not have been there. I had about 15 people yesterday come up to me. Hey, Rop here? And I'm like, yeah, where? Oh, didn't see him. Didn't see him before the round. Didn't see him during the round. Didn't see him after the round. So therefore, I asked the question. You know, when Rop was in Vegas, I started the conspiracy theory that his wife was trying to kill him. Because every time he goes down to Vegas, he gets death yells, she's fine. So Rop was at this golf tournament allegedly yesterday. And then today, we don't know where he's at. And yet I didn't see him at the golf tournament at all.
Would lead to questions, wouldn't it?
Look, is the Rona back? Is
it ever? Our commander-in-chief has it. Now reports he's going to step down on Sunday.
That's the report going around?
That he's going to pull out of the race on Sunday. That's what's being bandied about.
Well, he got it in Vegas.
Yes, he did.
Biden
just
went
like
to
Rop.
Vegas.
What if Rop and the president share the same strain?
What if Rop's the one that gave? Because look, I believe that Rop brought his Rona probably to Vegas. What
possible.
if Rop is responsible for giving Biden the Rona? He drops out, and then the new guy wins. Does Isaac Rop get credit for leading the new Democratic nominee
that
to the president?
Passed the Asachi 19 strain to the commander-in-chief. It's possible.
Lot of rumors going on about Rop.
Some would say.
And I'm doing the Joe Rogan. Hey, I don't know. I'm just here to ask questions. Just here to ask questions. I'm not saying it's right.
Not saying one way or the
Not
other. I'm
saying
just
one-
asking.
Just asking. I'm not a flat earther. I'm not a round earther. I'm just saying. Rob, suppose he was at the Maurice Lucas golf tournament yesterday. I was there. I didn't see him. And now today, nowhere to be found. Asachi 19. Like if the police pulled me, if the police questioned me and said, hey, did you see Isaac Rop at that golf tournament? I'd have to say, no, sir, I did not. Was he planning on being there? That was my assumption.
Asachi.
No proof. You would think.
And, we can't verify. He's not on the gram. He doesn't tweet.
No.
So, like a snow leopard in the wild.
He is. He is our snow leopard. A lot of rumors. All right, let's get to the Hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions,
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
and hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victorico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Online at victoricos.com.
Oh, I'm hurt. Oh, dear.
I love COVID.
I'm just saying.
Number 5.
No baseball today. Still on the All-Star break. Full slate tomorrow. We get everyone basically coming back to action. And no bigger series than our Seattle Mariners. One game up now. Have officially, I guess not officially, come close to officially blowing a 10-plus game lead over the Houston Astros. It is down to 1. And Houston will come to the Pink. They'll come to T-Mobile tomorrow for a 3-game set. And if the Mariners lose that one, they will be tied with the Houston Astros, and that'll be Hunter Brown versus Castillo. So monster matchup coming up for the Mariners as they try to salvage some sort of momentum here.
Well,
and turn this thing
Maybe
around.
they needed the break to get the bats warmed up,
Well, don't worry. Jerry DiPoto said that he understands that their offense is terrible, but he doesn't know if he's going to be able to fix it.
We'll
because
see.
a lot of other teams are also going to be looking to fix their crappy offense.
This just in, other teams want to score runs too.
Yes.
Number 4.
Well, the WNBA is experiencing a nice little healthy bump in all things, mainly due to Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese. Women's basketball is at an all-time high right now. And the NBA signed their new TV deal, $75 billion over 11 years. And I don't know if people know this, but the WNBA is roped into that media deal. The NBA is the one that negotiates that. And it came out today that the WNBA over the next 11 years has been valued at $2.2 billion. So their revenue under the old TV deal was a $60 million distribution, the new one will be $200 million. So that's a nice little bump for them. I know their commissioner came out and said they were still being undervalued, and some people were kind of rattling some chains over that. But however you want to view that, from 60 to 200 million a year in distribution, that should lead to a nice pay bump in players. You already have the travel, so the WNBA is certainly on a come up there with a massive increase in their TV rights deal.
Number 3.
Turns out that if you win 5+ national championships at a school, they do good things for you. So Nick Saban had his house bought by Alabama boosters. He has a statue of himself out in front of Bryant-Denny Stadium. Now, normally when you're the greatest coach of all time, they will name the stadium after you. The problem is they've already named that stadium after one of the greatest coaches of all time, Bryant-Denny Stadium. So the source is that this year that it will now be known as Nick Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium, which is what they're doing now. Like they're doing they're naming the NBA court or the college court, and they'll name it after one guy that they can still name the building after.
I know Arizona did that with Lute Olson Court. Even Oregon, way back in the day, it's Rich Brooks Field at Autzen Stadium.
At Autzen Stadium. So the next time someone plays at Bryant-Denny Stadium, they will be playing on Nick Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium until Nick Saban raises enough of a ruckus and then it gets flipped that it's Nick Saban Stadium at Bryant-Denny Field.
Yeah, that seems pretty well deserved. Saban-Denny Stadium? Maybe?
I can see that.
Saban Bryant Stadium.
Yes.
What did Denny? Who is Denny?
That I don't know.
Maybe we should get rid of Denny. I wouldn't make the Denny family very happy, but it should be Saban Bryant or Bryant Saban Stadium.
Yeah, I played at Bryant-Denny Stadium though. Great stadium.
Yeah, you've told tales of that game. That sounded like a time.
Got our ass kicked. The Jacksonville Jaguars, I don't know if you remember this, but they had a employee that was in charge of their finances. Yeah, he stole $20 million from them. We talked about this story, and it blows my mind that...
Was this the dude who gambled most of it?
Yeah, he
like DraftKings'd all of it?
FanDuel.
He was terrible at it?
FanDuel. So he's in prison now. He's serving a 6.5-year sentence, and the Jaguars have filed a $66.6 million civil suit against him. So I guess when you file a civil suit, then you can just start seizing property, which is kind of adorable because, like, how much money can this guy have? He blew it all on FanDuel.
Well, and yeah, I don't get how also you would be entitled to 3 times what he stole from you.
Well, I guess in these matters, you can sue for 3 times the amount of damages.
Then there you go.
He doesn't have 22 million, doesn't have 66.
Right. I mean, that's good luck, I guess. You're trying to ruin his life, I guess.
They're also asking FanDuel to give them their money back.
Sure. Good luck.
FanDuel did not comment on
Although didn't we talk about this the other day, the finders keepers versus stolen? Like, if FanDuel knows the money was stolen, do they have to give it back?
The question becomes, too, is does the NFL have enough balls and clout to tell FanDuel to mind their P's and Q's and give me my money back? I mean, it was $22 million that was stolen flat out stolen. The guy's in prison. Or does FanDuel just be like, yeah, we're not doing that?
Sports and gambling making strange bedfellows.
And then out at Royal Troon today, the British Open got underway, and a bit of a rough day, definitely better scores in the afternoon, and someone who I've never heard of, Daniel Brown, who's an Englishman, went out and shot a buttery 65 today. Shane Lowry, and that's at 6 under. Shane Lowry 1 shot behind at 5 under. Justin Thomas at 3. Host of guys at 2 under. Russell Henley and Alexander Schauffele in that group. Adam Scott, I'm looking at some of the notables. Adam Scott 1 under. Brooks Koepka 1 under.
Scheffler's there too at 1
Scotty
under.
Scheffler at 1 under. Also a very rough day. Tony Finau even on the day. So is Spieth. Now a rough day for some guys, as Rory, who was outside of Scheffler, had the best odds.
Second odds favorite to win the tournament.
Yeah, scrolling.
Tied 427th.
129th. Plus 7. On the plus side, he is tied with local product Wyndham Clark and Tiger Woods.
Yeah.
And Bryson DeChambeau was also at 7 over, and then he had an eagle on 16 to get him to 5 over. So his chances of going back-to-back majors, slim and none. Weather was pretty brutal out there in the morning. The winds were whipping, but it got better in the afternoon, and the conditions improved, and you saw the scoring.
And I don't know if it'll be the same tomorrow, but for those who don't follow regularly or maybe just the majors, they flip tee times.
Yes.
So the guys who played in the afternoon today will have to play in the morning tomorrow.
Do you have the Tiger clip real quick?
I do.
Yeah. So Tiger had obviously a very, very rough day. And look, he's going to miss the cut on the third straight major. And I guess Colin Montgomery came out and said that Tiger was embarrassing himself and it was bad for golf and that he should just hang it up. And this is one of the local Scott reporters asking Tiger Woods about those comments.
You've given so much to this game, you've given so much to this championship. But, there was comments, last week from Colin Montgomery who said, why is he here? He should retire. There's no point to this. Do you feel that's a bit hurtful and you've earned the right to you make the decision when you decide?
Well, as a past champion, I'm exempt till I'm 60. Colin's not. He's not a past champion, so he's not exempt. So he doesn't get the opportunity to make that decision. I do.
That's what I mean. You've earned that. You've deserved it.
So when I get to be at his age, I can still make that decision when he doesn't.
Dude,
beautiful. That's well
freaking
handled.
Love it.
Montgomery's kind of a bitch.
Absolutely
he always does that stuff.
love it. Old Mont, yes, he is an old curmudgeon. And I love that Tiger's just dropped as a former champion, I'm fine till I'm 60.
I get to make that decision.
Bite me, Colin.
He doesn't.
No, it's a little rough. But yes, to answer that reporter's question, you feel like you've earned the right? Yeah, I think Tiger's earned the right to decide when he's done.
You serious?
The Hot 5 brought to you by Victor Rico's, online at victorricos.com, home of Oregon's favorite burrito. And might I add, a dynamite street taco. Absolutely delicious. Breakfast burrito as well. Chef's kiss. And they were out at the Fan Golf Tournament providing burritos for everybody. And it was wonderful. When we come back, Tyson Alger of the I-5 Corridor joins us to talk a little Ducks and Beavers and maybe even some hockey. That coming up next. Primetime here on The Fan.
Everyone's
I guess we'll send swag out to the Big Ten Media Day, which is so weird that we will be covering Big Ten Media Day because, well, Oregon is now in the Big Ten. So to talk about that and all things Ducks and Beavers, you can find his stuff. The I-5 Quarter does a great job of covering everything in the state of Oregon. Tyson Alger, friend of the program. How you going, my friend?
I'm doing good, guys. You know, today's my first time doing the Eugene drive in quite some time, and I'm afraid to say, but it feels like football's coming up real quick. I think summer's over, boys.
Yeah, when does Oregon start camp?
So they have their team media day on the 29th, and I believe they're kicking off practice on the 31st. So we're about a week and a half out.
Were you down there chatting with Lanning today, I heard?
The corridor makes some moves every once in a while, and we're working on our season preview content, and we were able to catch Lanning right after a round of golf. He wasn't so happy about the round of golf, but everything else seems to be going pretty well for him right now.
I would say so. Every damn time I turn around, they got another 5-star kid coming in, and now something's going good when Kirby Smart is like name checking you and saying he wishes he had what you had.
Right, and I find that specifically so fascinating because if we remember 2 years ago, Lanning's first game as Oregon's head coach, they played Georgia, and they got the barn doors blown off of them. And the next, I think it was the post game or press conference the next week was when Kirby Smart said, "Hey, no offense to Dan, he just knows that we have better players than they do." And I think over the last 2 years, it's been like a complete goal of Lanning and the Oregon staff to make sure that's not the case the next time they meet.
Well, and I don't know if they're quite there yet, but I mean, I've been doing this 20 years. I can't ever remember a season with these sorts of expectations. I mean, there's obviously been some very good Oregon teams. They played for 2 national titles, but I mean, you look at some of the national polls and the recruiting rankings and just the way people are talking about them. I mean, I don't know if they're necessarily the favorite in the Big Ten. Obviously, Ohio State's right there, but can you recall a season that has more expectations lumped on it than this one?
Never once. And so my first season covering the Ducks was 2014, and obviously that was a season with very large expectations as well. But I feel like so much of those expectations were because of one player. You know, they obviously had Marcus, and he was going to win the Heisman. And you know, Oregon at that time was still that team that was getting players that kind of fit a system, and maybe if everything went right, they'd have the ability to kind of contend nationally. But you know, it's crazy kind of looking at like the roster composition now and the fact that there's not just like one specific player people are citing as why, you know, Oregon could be hanging with Ohio State or even, you know, a potential national title contender. It's just the overall depth. You know, I remember, you know, it was probably 6-7 years ago. If the Ducks signed a 5-star, like that'd be, or got a commit from a 5-star, there'd be about 10 profiles on the kid. Like everyone would know every single thing about him because they just don't come to Oregon that often. And now they're signing those types of players with kind of the same sort of fanfare as like when the Helfrich or Chip staff would sign 3 or 4-star guys.
Yeah, it is weird when you think about it. You know, this team is the deepest team Oregon's ever had. Again, biggest expectations. And dare I say, the only really household name is Dylan Gabriel, who just got here. I mean, outside of that, I mean, let's take the average Duck fan, not hardcore, not someone that's subscribing to the I-5 corridor, although you should. Great stuff on there. To the average person, not a season ticket holder, goes to 2 or 3 games. Who is, I mean, outside of Dylan Gabriel, Tez Johnson? Like, this is not a star-laden team.
It's really hard to kind of be completely like up to date on the roster and like knowing like who to watch at the start of the year because like it's year in and year out there's so much turnover on these rosters and like we see so much of them like dominating on the recruiting trail right now, getting these players that might come here appear 3 or 4 years later, but they're so good at kind of identifying the places they need to patch and I think that's the biggest change of where Oregon's at right now is they do have like an overall roster where the quality every year is going to be to a certain level where if they do patch in the right spots, like they're going to be able to contend. And so, you know, Gabriel is a very well-known name, but outside of that, like they're going to have a new leading rusher this year. You know, they have some new key pieces on the offensive line. It feels like the entire defense has been retooled. And so I think my biggest concern isn't the talent level and it's not the fact that if they identified the right players, it's just like, maybe this is an old school thought process, but like I still want to believe that there's like a little bit of chemistry necessary for success in sports and just like how things go right. And I think it's very impressive the way that coaches are able to kind of pull off that team cohesion when it feels like guys are still just getting to know each other's names when kickoff comes around.
Yeah, it does scare me a little bit. I was going to ask you, and we're talking to Tyson Alger, I-5 Corridor. I was going to ask you if you're buying the hype, because it's I kind of keep going back and forth on it. And one of the things you brought up that kind of scares me is there's 6, possibly 7 starters that are all transfers into the program. Your entire secondary, basically, with the exception of Tycee Johnson, is brand new. A couple big guys up front. I know Birch came in last year, but you got the kid out of Houston and the kid out of Michigan State, Harmon and Caldwell. And that's the only thing that scares me, is kind of the hired gun thing to a certain extent. Is there some growing pains in there?
Yeah, like I'm despite like a lot of transition on the offensive side too, like I'm pretty darn convinced that they're going to be at about the same level as they were last year with Nix. I think Gabriel is at least a comparable talent. It's nice when you're able to get rid of one quarterback who has like 15,000 career passing yards and replace him with a dude who's thrown for like 14,000.
Yeah.
On the defensive side, I really, really, really do like the front seven. Like some of the guys that they brought in through the portal are just like massive pieces that I think are going to be able to like cause a lot of havoc. It's that secondary for me. And again, they brought in some talented pieces, but like they've replaced like essentially everybody in that secondary. And it's not like they have necessarily like a ton of depth there of like proven talent behind them. So like I think Oregon's first unit is going to be as good as anybody in the country, but I think that's where you kind of are still playing a little bit of catch up to like the Georgias and the Alabamas and the Ohio States who have been recruiting at this level like for like a decade. But ones on ones, I think Oregon's as good as anybody in the nation right now on paper.
Yeah, we'll find out. I mean, October 12th. I mean, I don't think there's much of an argument. When you look at Oregon's schedule, no offense to any of the teams, and we'll talk about the Beavs in a second, but, Idaho, Boise State, Oregon State, UCLA, Michigan State, I mean, they're going to be 20-point favorites in every one of those games. I mean,
yeah,
they just are. So there's and Ohio State, it's kind of the same way when you look at their schedule. This could be 1 versus 2 at Autzen Stadium, or maybe 1 versus 3 come October 12th. We've never seen that in Eugene, ever.
It's got a very good chance of being the most anticipated game in Oregon history. It's got a chance of being one of the most anticipated games in the nation this year. I've been around for some ones that felt pretty big in Eugene. Michigan State in 2014 felt pretty big. That UCLA game 2 years ago felt pretty big when game day was here. Obviously some of those Washington ones, but it's Ohio State, man. Like, how often does that happen where a team of that caliber comes to Eugene and Oregon's expected to be at that? And then you also have the history between those two teams, with Oregon beating them, what was that, 3 years ago, the national championship game also. Like, there's a lot riding on that game, and I think it's important for both programs too to kind of situate themselves early as like who's going to be like the Big Ten's top dog here. Because I mean, I don't, Michigan's obviously a blue blood that just came off the national championship, but I think if everyone were to ask, like, pick your horses right now for the next 5 years in the Big Ten, I think it's Ohio State and Oregon.
Yeah. When you went down and talked to Lanning, I mean, not ask you to give away, but what was kind of the general feel? Was it just kind of a season preview, just kind of where the program's at? What were a couple of things, and anything kind of stick out to you?
Yeah, the thing that I'm fascinated with Lanning is, like, at this point, I think it's fair to, like, take him for his word of, like, this dude has shown that he wants to be committed to Oregon. Yeah. He's going to be here. I kind of wanted to look at, like, what that ends up looking like, because, Chip was here 4 years, Mario was here for 4 years, and it seemed like even in the last year of Cristobal's tenure, he was still saying, like, we're still getting going, like wait until, like, we, like, really get going. And then every time a coach says that, they end up leaving. So I really wanted to talk to Lanning, not only about, like, this year, but, like, what's it going to look like in year 5 and year 6 and year 7, because that's just something that Oregon fan hasn't really grown accustomed to with a coach of this caliber, at least. And, obviously Lanning's not the type that's going to be like, here's my whole plan, like, let's lay it out for you, buddy. But, it's a guy who is very committed to the program, who has, he's not the right person to ask, like, did you ever see yourself sitting in this position? Because like the answer is always yes. Like this guy has thought out 10 steps ahead. So, I think a lot of the news that we've had the last couple weeks of these 5 stars that have been signing and everything, I think that's just kind of what he believes to be kind of the tip of the iceberg for what they really want to turn this program into.
Well, I'll tell you what, and to be fair, a lot of people, whenever we talk about this, there's the anti-Duck people love to point out that he's never won anything, and that is fair. And I do think that there's mounting expectations, and just being an also-ran, or I don't even know, is making the college football playoff in the expansion, is that enough?
Not anymore.
Yeah.
And I think that's a tough rise in expectation, because I think if it was still like the 4-team playoff and Oregon were to make that playoff this year, like I think that's a huge feather in the cap of a third-year head coach. But yeah, Oregon should be one of the best 12 teams next year. That's part of the expectations, and that's a lot of pressure riding on a coach who doesn't really have a signature win yet. And I also do think it's a lot of pressure on Gabriel too. Like this guy's a legit quarterback. He's a stud. Like he's put up a lot of like good tape. But every good quarterback Oregon's had in like this position where like they're the Heisman front runner so far, like they've always had like some sort of like extra thing either with like the team or the crowd. Like in 2014, Mariota like was already probably on his way to having a statue built for him, whether or not he won that Heisman or not. Herbert's reign came where he was able to kind of like gently start as like the freshman and then eventually work his way up to that Rose Bowl winning season. Like Gabriel has no wiggle room here. He has to be excellent from the start because that's what the expectations are. And he also has a pretty darn good backup quarterback behind him as well.
Yeah, it's weird. The hired gun thing is strange. I mean, Nix was too, but he was here for a couple years, and even so, he's not beloved kind of the way the other guys were. One didn't win anything, but he certainly had a huge impact on the program. But it'd be really weird to see a guy come in 1 year and it's a different era of football. It's like, depending on what happens, like, does he go down as like, if he wins a national title, it's like, is this the greatest quarterback in Oregon history when he was here for 4 months and never took a class? It's a strange world.
It's almost like, like in the baseball Hall of Fame when they argue about like what hat is that player going to wear on their plaque. And, in college football, at this point, there's some quarterbacks, specifically Oregon's current one, that's put up pretty good stats at 2 different schools. This will be his 3rd one coming up.
Yeah, it's strange. And then, just down the road a bit, I know you cover, everything in the state of Oregon, but I just can't help it. It's as weird as it is for Oregon to be in the Big Ten and Big Ten media days and all that, and Ohio State and Michigan. I still think it's stranger to me with the Oregon State thing. The weird little Pac-12 or Pac-2 media day, and the independent schedule, and it's absolutely bizarre. Like, just your kind of general thoughts on this year for Oregon State and maybe what the future holds.
Man, it's so hard to place like expectations on what this year should be for them. It just still seems. I know it's been the topic that we've talked about ad nauseum for like the last year, but like there's still part of me as camp is starting up and these media days are coming that like it's just like, man, like this really happened. Like last year we were chronicling just like what such a great story it was that like Jonathan was able to turn around that program, because they were so bad, and what was that, 17, 18 before he took over. And so it's like I don't know what like a start over and like what success looks like for them. Like I think the goal for the university is kind of still to remain in around the periphery of the conversation. Like I know like I actually kind of liked that the Pac-2 or whatever you want to call it now did their little let's crash Vegas after the Big 12 won and try to catch some of that media. But when the Ducks and Beavers play in week 4, week 3, week 5.
Well, it's the 3rd game for Oregon State.
Yeah. Sorry, week 3. Like, I think Oregon's going to beat them by 50, man. And like I don't say that as like somebody who wants to see that or a Ducks homer. It's just the realities of modern college football. And I think even if it's like an underdog story or a good story, like there's going to be some very, very tough moments in Corvallis this year, and I just kind of feel bad about it.
Yeah, I'm scared because they start off with Idaho State, and that should be a win, and then they're on the road at San Diego State. And what honestly scares me is if they lose to San Diego State, and say it's a tough game, it's not like that's an easy place to go. If you drop that to San Diego State and then you're home at Reser, And I'm with you. I think that game gets out of hand. It's just the talent gap is just gargantuan. Just is.
Well,
and what does that do to that fan base if that happens for the rest of the year? That's already been kicked in the teeth so much.
Yeah, and you know, in that instance too, you don't even have like the normal like end of the season. Granted, we just said we expect the Ducks to win that game pretty large, but like you don't have the normal cadence of the season either. Like it's, you know, I imagine there'll be a couple high moments, and you know, I do like the coaching staff that they were able to assemble down there, but like I think even they are still kind of looking at this and being like, you know, like where do we lie in this? Like, you know, you just mentioned like a San Diego State, like is Oregon State still expected to be better than a San Diego State? Because like in their current, you know, sitting, like there's not really any reason to be.
Yeah, I just feel for that fan base, and I just don't want we get to the back half of that season and go back to the days where no one went, because it felt like those days had ended. And I'm scared of what a beatdown that early in the season could do for, no offense, but when you're getting games that aren't exactly marquee games. And,
right.
And that's what I don't want to see happen. I don't want to see, I don't know. Let's take, for example, like, you know, UNLV on October 19th. I don't want to see 11,000 people in the stadium.
No, especially too when, you know, I remember covering the Utah game last year. I think it was like a Friday night. It was on national TV. It was a completely sold out stadium. They're so proud of that stadium renovation, and I think they did a great job with it too. And I don't think it'll look good if it's half full.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be an interesting year. It's going to be a strange season on so many different fronts, both in Eugene and Corvallis. And if you want to keep following the action, I highly recommend giving them a little poke there. You can find him on Twitter or X, his stuff, the i5quarter.com. Tyson Algery does a great job, and we look forward to talking to you down the road.
Awesome. Thanks so much, guys.
Next time I want to talk about some pond hockey. You out there mixing it up?
Dude, we had a 11 p.m. game last night. I'm struggling. I'm getting too old for this stuff, man. It was a groggy drive down to Eugene this morning.
All right, before I let you go, who's your team?
So for the longest time, it was the Canucks, because like I grew up in Alaska, and that was kind of like the closest regional thing. I always said that I needed to have, like, I would have killed to have a team in Seattle, because that's where all my allegiances were. So now I'm kind of torn between, you know, what I liked as a kid versus, you know, I can take the train up there and pop into a game now. It's pretty nice.
Stick with the Canucks. I've been taking my kids there for like the last 12 years, going to Canucks games. My kids are Canucks fans. Don't go Kraken. It's too easy. Stick with the Nucks.
Yeah, you know, and then it's a Canadian team too, so that way, I'll feel a little bit of pride in 40 years when a Canadian team finally wins the cup again. So
there you go. Stick with our Canucks. We'll go up and see a game sometime.
Absolutely, man.
All right, take it easy. All right, that's Tyson Alger. I5 quarter went way long, but good stuff there. When we come back, gosh, we are way over. How about this? When we come back, let's get back on the clock. Here's Buck with SportsCenter.
This is an Open Championship Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
Brought to you by 808 Hawaiian Restaurant, now with 3 locations in Woodstock, Burnside, and new in Beaverton. Online at ate-oh-ate.com. First on the Fan, round 1 of the Open Championship at Royal Troon is in the books. Surprise leader in first all alone is 272nd world-ranked Daniel Brown. He is 6 under par all alone in first. Shane Lowry trails him by a stroke at 5 under par. Justin Thomas in third at 4 under par. Xander Schauffele still in the mix, 4 shots back at 2 under. Scotty Scheffler, Brooks Koepka, 5 shots back at 1 under. While some big names struggle today, Bryson DeChambeau, the U.S. Open winner, 5 over par. Rory McIlroy, second favorite to win the tournament, was 7 over par. In the association, the Clippers and Jazz have agreed to a sign-and-trade deal that sends Russell Westbrook to Utah, where he'll be bought out and is expected to join the Nuggets. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley, the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Jump back to earlier parts.
in any of this. I am not. I like Oregon State. I root for Oregon State.
I think this whole show does.
I said many a time, when I was being recruited, it was hard for me anywhere in the Pac 10 at the time because my brother played at Washington State, but I just said, given the choice, like if I was being recruited years later, I would have been more of an Oregon State kid. I would have gone and played for Mike Riley as opposed to playing for Bellotti at Oregon. Mm-hmm. I'm not the most flashiest guy in the world. Nowadays, obviously it's a different story. Oregon's become something different, but I root for Oregon State. I don't know. I guess I identify more with Oregon State than I do with Oregon. But I'm really concerned that game early on at Reeser week 3 might be a season defining game that they never recover from.
Boy, when Tyson kind of said, he didn't say matter of factly because obviously he's speculating, but that's got to be a sobering soundbite when he goes, I think they could lose by 50. And that's not out of the question at all, but I don't think most people have thought it's that bad yet.
Well, I mean, remember that 2 years ago, Oregon was absolutely housing them, and then they fell apart in the second half. And then last year, they beat them down good. What was the final score?
I'll look that up. I don't remember off the top of my head.
I mean, it was an ass kicking, right? I mean, it was not a good competitive game. And of course, that was a little weird because it had come out that Jonathan Smith was leaving Oregon State, and so you were up against.
That's right. It was he was already the 1 foot out the door. And
yeah. What was the final score on that?
The final score was 31-7.
Okay. So.
And I think they called the dogs off. I'm not sure they scored in the 4th.
So, and Oregon is going to be significantly better than they were, and we just know Oregon State. This is going to be a struggle. It's going to be a struggle.
Oregon's personnel has gotten markedly better, and Oregon State's has gotten. They're going to get exponentially worse.
They're going to get blown out at Reeser. And that's why I said that San Diego State game to me is it's enormous in that you can't lose. You're going to beat Idaho. You have to beat San Diego State because if you come into that 1-1 and already the fans are like, oh my God, and they don't look good against San Diego State and they know what's coming. They know what's coming in Oregon. So say what you will. And I get it. I totally understand that people are like, Oregon hasn't won anything. And I agree. I'm the first one to say that. Dan Lanning has won nothing at Oregon. His best win is probably Utah. You can't give him, with Liberty in the Fiesta Bowl. Who cares? But the team that they're assembling, I'm telling you, it's not a paper tiger.
Yeah.
This is a really, really good physical football team that is going to steamroll a lot of people. And from a talent standpoint, it's not going to be competitive.
No,
it's just not. And that's what I'm worried about is that for the rest of the year, does that just set the tone? Because I've heard from so many Beaver fans that are like, dude, I give up. I'm tired of this. I'm not doing this crap. Like this is not our fault and I'm just done.
It's going to be rough to wear this one this early in the year.
And yes, I wish this game was later in the year. And it wasn't at the beginning because I don't want this to mar what hopefully is a good season for Oregon State, but could be a tough season. It could be tough. Oh, and on a little side note too, they're doing all the Generation O uniforms down in New Oregon.
Oh, if you wait 1 second, our Mods PDX Ducks report has that.
I'll just say this. I thought the ones they put out, the DeAnthony Thomas ones, they were fine. Whatever. The ones that they just did, the Joey, and we'll talk to Joey about lying.
Yeah.
Joey lied to us.
Pants on fire.
We asked Joey if he had been contacted about the Generation O uniforms.
Blank.
Lied.
Yeah. To our faces.
So disappointing. They released the Joey Harrington. I mean, it's more of the gangrene, but with a touch of Joey.
He was the spokesperson face of it, kind of.
Best thing that Oregon's done in years. Dude, those things are freaking fantastic. Now you have to actually go out and win. And that Ohio State, you're not judged by what you do against Oregon State. You're not going to be judged about what you do against Purdue. You will be judged off of 2 games this year, being judged off of Ohio State, and then I think it's 2 or 3 weeks later, Michigan. Ohio State at home, Michigan. And that's going to be the biggest game in Autzen Stadium history. And it's as crappy as the disillusion of the Pac-12. Games like this in the Big Ten, it's going to be pretty kick-ass come October when we get that game down at Autzen Stadium. All right, we come back. We put a bow with some really unfortunate old friends talking about someone that has passed away. A clip that I found really, really distasteful today. But this is the thing that professional athletes have to deal with from time to time. That when we come back, and then into Club 1080 right here on The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics, brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Well, I was going to tee you up on the Generation O uniforms, but I got another little tidbit. Our friend Andrew Nemec is in tonight, and he put out an article today that says the Ducks are poised to land another five-star football commitment, this time from five-star defensive back DJ Pickett.
Yeah, dude, it's silly. Again, haven't won anything, got to prove it on the field, but the momentum that program has, it's stupid right now. Ridiculous. And yes, the Generation O uniforms, the gangrene ones.
Freaking sweet.
Someone on the text line, am I crazy or is it the best unis we've ever that spread's going to be 28 points.
Yes, it will.
And if
Maybe
they lose
30.
to San Diego State, which I think is a coin flip game, I think the Beavs can win that game. Maybe the Beavs should win that game, but it's on the road. It's early. You got a lot of new faces. That's not a gimme. If they lose to San Diego State, dude, that point spread's going to be 35. I mean, the chances are Oregon is going to absolutely beat down Oregon State. I don't know how the rest of Oregon State's season goes. I'm talking about from a fan engagement standpoint. I don't know what Oregon State is going to look like, to be honest with you. I think it's going to be a tough year, but I think they're not going to be horrid. But you know what they're not going to do? They're not going to beat the number 2 or 3 team in the country. And if you think that's crapping on Oregon State, that's what I'm saying. Like, we have a truth problem. If someone gives a truthful opinion, that's not hating on it.
And it's not going out of the way to say, here's all the ways that you're going to suck, and here's all the things you should brace for. It's just saying, like,
that's the Deion Sanders effect. That's the I heard that talk. No, dude, we were being truthful about you, and it turned out, by the way, we were all right. You were wrong.
I ran through that bull junk you wrote.
Just it drives me crazy. Absolutely drives me crazy that if you're not kissing someone's ass, that you're against them. But players and coaches do it all the time. Oh, you didn't believe in us. No, everyone thought you were going to get killed. And by the way, for that guy, if Oregon State beats Oregon in Reeser the third week of the season, guess who'll be the first guy to be like, dude, that was freaking amazing. That was unbelievable. Maybe the best win in Oregon State regular season history. And I'll feel great for him. But go ahead and place your money. Put your bet down right now on Oregon State. Because
I'll lay the 4 touchdowns right now.
Exactly. Whatever points you want, I'll give you 28 points right now. Go ahead. If that's the spread you're telling me right now, 28 points, I'll go ahead and lay the 28 points.
So will I.
I saw this today and it was really disappointing. And it kind of got me thinking about things that professional athletes have to deal with. And it's kind of one of those random things, but Kobe Bryant's been gone for a while now. And I thought this was such a scumbaggery sort of thing. Apparently this is one, I don't know why I just came across my Twitter feed today. I think it was Chad Johnson was tweeting about this. I guess one of Kobe Bryant's friends, childhood friends, was going on some sort of podcast today. It was making the rounds today. And he was talking crap on Kobe Bryant for not giving his friends apparently money. Listen to this and see if anyone else is bothered as much by this as I was.
Man, I don't want no handouts. I don't want no money. I don't want shit. This is what I need you to do. I'm out here struggling. I got 2 kids. I got a family, man. All I want to do is go back with you. You get me out there, LA somewhere, man. Put me with somebody where I can make my own money. You just like get me in and I'm working for somebody or I'm doing something or a business, anything to benefit myself. So, and I don't want nothing free. I don't want to work. I don't want to do nothing but work for it. He Kobe Bryant. He could put me with anybody. But or he could do it himself. Put me as a security on a security team, anything. We were super tight. There's no way he shouldn't do this for me. So I said that to him. He said, oh yeah, that'll be no problem. No problem. I'm like, yo, I need a number. I don't got no number on you. How am I get back to you? He gives me a phone number. I'm happy as hell. I'm happy now. I'm like, bet. I'm betting my man wouldn't much my man. I'm back with my guy. I'm about to get out of here. I'm amped up. He leave. I go back to the house. The next day I call. It's an assistant dude's phone number. It's not even him. Not getting him on the phone. I can't never get to me. I'm still doing my thing to survive, but that's in the back of my mind. Like, man, my man might come and get me. It's like a dream type of thing. Just in the back of my head because he's one of my best friends, period. Like, but nah, that's not what happened. I went to his cousin. His cousin came to me. He said, Kev, I'm going to tell you something about this guy. Dude is a certified piece of shit. The man never did nothing for nobody in his family. Like he got a $500 million empire. His sisters was working regular jobs. You see his mom and them got to fucking sell memorabilia and shit. But even when he was home, remember that memorabilia shit?
I missed the back end of that.
Whoops.
That didn't save properly.
Whoops.
You get the idea, I guess.
You get the idea.
Been dumped over and over again, so it's not making the airwaves.
That. So that was a clip that we were supposed to edit the bleeps, but apparently they
got the first one and didn't catch the others. Okay.
What's God save?
Panic in the streets.
The look on Buck's face as he just kept cursing.
I thought that I thought I missed one, and then it just kept happening. Golly. Jeez.
Whoops.
We're still in dump, I think.
Whoops. Whoa, whoops. Whoopsie doo. Well, so just the wrong we
It didn't I had started editing it, and my progress didn't save over. All right.
Yeah, we'll have some.
Yeah.
That
was brilliant. Brilliant.
Nope, listen to my car on AM radio. Caught it all.
That's not what the board's saying. Well.
Oh. Woo! Well, I was going to point out that the scumbaggery of that dude who years after Kobe Bryant dies goes on and makes national news by trashing his former childhood friend after saying, I don't want anything from you, but I want everything from you. And you deserve, I deserve everything, including you just giving me a job with someone where I can make money, even though I didn't earn it. That was the whole point that I was trying to make there, is that's the sort of things that athletes have to deal with when they make it, is the entitlement and the handouts. And it led to that.
I'm sweating. I've broken a sweat.
Look, mistakes happen. Things happen. Look. Where's I don't know if I'm gonna be putting this headset on.
Oh, yeah, where is Brenneman?
Where is my man Brenneman when we need him?
Oh, he's somewhere around here.
My eyes are very important.
As there's a drive in a deep left field by Castellanos, it will be a home run. I don't know if I'm going to be putting on this headset again.
Maybe
it was fantastic. Yeah, stuff happens. Stuff happens.
At least I have the first bleep to prove that I started bleeping.
We started. We just
it didn't all take.
It didn't take. Things happen. Things happen to the best of us.
And we'll have to have a conversation with engineers. It does not appear the dump button is working because I was mashing that thing.
Mash.
Again! It's done blinking. No, again!
Club 1080 coming up next.
Hey, I'm Brett Podolsky, co-founder of The Farmer's Dog. We
make you stronger. My
Yeah.
hero just said that Kobe Bryant sounded like a cheap.
Yeah, I
Oh.
couldn't even tell you what that guy was talking about anymore.
No.
Not sure many could.
Well, you know what?
I don't know if I'm going to be putting on this headset again.
Nemec's out there. Nemec's out there getting ready for his show. I walk out, he just looks at me and goes, "Oh my."
Yep. Those things,
you know,
Well,
hey,
my.
it's live radio. Things happen. Again, when in doubt, just apologize a bunch.
Yeah, if anything, I would like to submit the 4 hours of radio we do every day. We could probably break down the number of words that come out. My percentages of letting those slip through, very low.
It's a good point.
So,
It's a good point.
maybe I need to spin the numbers in my favor, create a narrative.
Yeah, think of all the things that you've bleeped over the years, and, hey, you missed one or two.
Couple big ones.
Well, can't you just blame the software too? Because you did try to bleep them.
Well, so I think that my save didn't take, and I got a non-updated version on it. So clearly it was not bleeped. Also, our dump button doesn't work, so there's already been an email sent to engineering and our boss.
Look at your face. Just mashing dump. It's not working.
Hey, someone says my radio cut out. What did it say?
Hey, so maybe it did.
I don't think so.
Maybe the dump worked, but on the app it gets through.
Oh, the app and the YouTube stream. One Jeff Baton Rouge has always said, he sent me an email with the subject line dump, and then the body didn't work.
Well, well, I'll tell you.
I don't either. There's
you know what we can say?
Don't have a lot of recourse there.
Rest in peace, the great Bob Newhart. That's what
right.
we can say. Bob Newhart was fantastic. Bob Newhart was greatness.
I know almost nothing of Bob Newhart.
You're not a Bob Newhart guy.
I know the name. I know he's revered, but I don't know really anything about him.
Well, mainly the Bob Newhart show. I'm trying to think of what you would have seen, because the Bob Newhart show was a big deal in my house. You had the Bob Newhart show, and then you just had Newhart. So those were a big deal in my house growing up. But you may know him. He was the dad in Elf. Does that do it? Does that do it for you?
The dad? No, he wasn't. James Caan was the dad in Elf.
No. I guess he was the elf dad of Buddy.
Yeah. He was Buddy's dad at the North Pole. He's Santa, right? Or not Santa, but
he was the head elf.
Yeah. Now I know. Yeah.
Yeah, he was the head elf, and he just was a comedy legend. What else? I'm trying to think of stuff that he did recently. He was on The Big Bang Theory. He played a recurring character on the Big Bang Theory and on Young Sheldon. Bob Newhart was just great. He was in Horrible Bosses. He really, as he got older, he embraced being kind of a funny old guy. He had this great dry wit. One of the great bits I've ever seen years ago. I think it was on the Emmys, when it was either the Emmys or the Emmys or the Oscars, and Conan O'Brien was hosting, and Conan O'Brien locked Bob Newhart in an airtight container on the stage, and yeah, it was the Emmys. And he said that if it went over, that Bob Newhart would run out of air and die. So Bob Newhart was constantly on the stage at the Emmys under the threat of dying if it went longer than 3 hours. Bob Newhart was great. And like I said, Newhart and the Bob Newhart Show were two of my favorite shows growing up. You ever heard this is my brother Daryl, this is my other brother Daryl?
Yeah.
That was from Newhart.
Okay.
That was from Newhart. So for maybe the younger generation, you're not as familiar with his work, but I
was definitely familiar with his face, and that I knew of him more than I knew him.
And
knew him as an actor.
And he was just one of those guys where he was a sweet man. Sometimes in Hollywood, there's a lot of jerks that go on to be big deals. And so when you get someone that's actually just a genuine good person that no one has anything bad to say, because you hear this a lot, when someone dies, we all say very sweet things about them. And in reality, sometimes those people aren't the best people in the world. I've always said this, that one day when I keel over, and look, that could happen at any day now, let's be honest. And if I go, I have instructions to kick people out of my funeral that I did not like.
Oh, nice.
And I want people to be honest and be like, we loved him. He was kind of an ass at times, and a lot of people didn't like him. Nothing drives me, well, there's some things, but one of my biggest pet peeves is that when people show up at the funeral for someone that they didn't like. I just want someone at my funeral and being like, hey, he didn't like you. So don't try to do the sobbing, like public grieving. Oh, no, he didn't like you. You didn't really like him. Don't go to his funeral.
You also don't have to say all the cliche stuff. It's the whole being honest again situation. Like, you can say, Suka's a guy that tried to get the most out of life. There's a lot of great things people could say about you, but you don't have to say he was a sweetheart.
No, you can say at times he was kind of mean. And like Schultz, he's kind of mean to Schultz. And he felt bad about it.
He could be a bully sometimes, and he knew it.
Yeah, he was still.
But he tried.
Exactly. That's all. It's that. That's fine. But with guys like Bob Newhart, no one has a bad word to say about him. He just was the genuine article, a sweet, loving man. And maybe that's what it is about people like this is I get jealous because I want to be Bob. I want to be Bob Newhart, and I'm not. It's not like there's just people that are better. So rest in peace, the greatness that is Bob Newhart. So for all the years of entertainment.
You sent me a little Bob Newhart clip that doesn't have any bleeps in it. Doesn't even need any bleeps.
Oh, you got a nice little Bob Newhart?
Yeah. Didn't you send me one?
Yeah, I did send you one, but now I'm scared because I also sent you the Kobe Bryant clip.
Yeah.
And that
well, you
didn't
even
work
warned
either.
me. I knew that those were in there. Anyway, didn't take. Here's Bob Newhart.
I kind of had a chance to retire this year, and it drove me nuts. It just drove me nuts. So I said, get me some dates, because I got to... how can you be tired of making people laugh, you know? How can you... No, I don't want to drop dead on the soundstage, but at 87, to be nominated for anything is... I thoroughly enjoy it.
Yeah, this is a guy that just wanted to make people laugh.
I love that.
I always liked Bob Newhart, and that was a sad day when I saw it. But he was 94. So that's
hell of a run is what we said.
That's what I always say, too. When you're 94, I think I always put the age, I think it's 85. You're not allowed to be sad if someone makes it to 85.
Man, I honestly think you can say 80. I know that these days, maybe that's controversial, but you can live a lot of life, and it doesn't seem too early at 80. But
yeah, I'll give you 80. But I usually say 85. At
that's
85, zero tears. At 85, that's a raise of the glass and be like, that is, you won life. You did. You won. Because none of us make it out of here alive. So if you make it to 85, then you finish the race. And that's all anyone can ask is to finish the race. You give me 85 right now, I'm taking it. And Bob got 94 out of it and was still working up until pretty close to the end. Cheers to you, Bob. Appreciate it. All right, when we come back, I've got robot skin news, which is terrifying. We got some whale stuff going on. And what else we got? Ooh, and science coming to a garden near you. So a little hodgepodge of things. Club 1080 when we come back.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt.
Send it to the. Let's just send it to the fan again.
I can't wait.
It is true. The slow.
Oh boy, that's good. I'm
How-
like, what is happening?
That's the best thing. That is so
And then I actually have the benefit of hearing the audio with it, so everything's we better stop that. You're gonna wanna dump that.
The best part is the look, the O face that you make when the first one comes out.
Yeah.
And then the second one, and you can see you mashing the dump button.
Yep.
And then once you just shut the audio off, the look of disgust is you just turn your head and just like the I quit.
I look like a fish when the first one comes out. Jeez.
That's the best thing I've ever seen. Because we've all been there. We've all been there. The look on someone's face when something goes awry, like you just can't beat it. Like that's just those moments that are captured in time. My favorite photo.
Thank God for the YouTube stream.
Oh yeah. My favorite photo that I have, and it's the one on my computer. I'll show it to you on the break. We were in Iceland, and we were at like their version of Old Faithful, right? And there's a bunch of those, but there's this big one, and you can sit around it, and every like, I don't know, they say every like 5 to 25 minutes this thing goes, and it spews the big, the water cannon, right? The natural, the Old Faithful, Yellowstone. We all know that. And so my daughter, Oren, wanted to get a picture of it, and she had missed like 3 in a row because you could kind of hear some rumblings, and she wanted to get video of it. And so she just kept missing it, and she was so pissed and angry. And one goes off, and she's like, son of a, just dirt. She's so angry, and she's like, oh, I've got some time. She goes, let me take a picture of you guys. So the 4 of us are sitting on a bench, and Oren is getting ready to take a photo of us as we're sitting on the bench because it just went off like a minute ago. So there's no way, right? She's not going to miss this one. So she raised the camera, she's taking a photo of us, and I swear to God, right as she's getting ready to snap the picture, what happens right behind her? It blows again, like right afterwards. And she has a picture of all 4 of us sitting on the bench, all 4 of us pointing behind her, just roaring in laughter at her dumb face as she turns and misses it for like the 4th straight time.
I love it.
And just every now and those, you catch a moment like that. And so that
what a winner.
The YouTube
I can't stop watching.
I can't either. It's the best thing that's happened. That video right there will live on forever. And it is just it's majestic. If that, you should clip the look on your face. That should be your new Facebook profile. If that isn't,
I might make it my new Twitter profile for a little while.
That should be the profile. That should be a Twitter profile.
And the slow props to Zachary who tweeted this. So he had to like capture it obviously, but then the chops to slow it down at the best moments. Well done, bravo, and a production hat tip to you. Maybe you could bleep our audio for us next time.
I will retweet that, by the way. If you go to,
I'm going to end up retweeting that.
Yeah, go to Soog1080, and that is going to be retweeted. All right, we've been completely derailed. Bob Newhart, Bucks dropping F-bombs and God knows what else.
I let through F-bombs. That's different. That's like, I drove the getaway car. I didn't actually shoot up the bank robbery.
That's true. All right, we come back. We'll get to robot skin, science coming to your backyard, and what someone thought was cool and I would think is absolutely terrifying. We'll try to squeeze those in for the end of the program. Club 1080 here, though. Buck with Sports.
This is an Open Championship Week edition of Primetime with Aiyuk.
Locker, and we've got T-shirts from all the different shows. And the Mike Lynch helped take a swinge against ALS, which all that money goes directly to Mike. So that one, by the way, is selling like hotcakes. But all the shirts there. But yes, the shirt should just be your face doing that. Oh no,
I agree.
And it should say OS, but have it bleeped out or not bleeped out.
Yeah. Now I don't even want to go back and listen to the audio, but. There was an S and an F, which is kind of my exact reaction. Yeah. I heard the S, and I was like, "Oh, S," and then I heard the F, and I was like, "Oh, F."
Yeah, you thought it was over. They hit you with that. They hit you with that two-piece.
Yeah, our boss Jeff Baton Rouge told me he's glad that I just didn't swear out loud after I heard the swear.
That is true.
Because I could have like, doubled up, you know.
You ever had that where like you curse and then you curse? I've had that. Where like I slip. I had that like when my kids were little and I would say something.
That's where I see it the most often.
And then I'd follow it up with, well, son of a, and then I'm like, whoops.
Yeah, you say it and then you're like, oh, and you say it, you drop the S or something else because you accidentally said something else you didn't mean to. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, or like one of your kids rats you out. My kids were my I forget which one it was. It was the boy or the one of the girls. It was either my daughter, the youngest daughter, or my boy. They were in church and they were teaching them about curse words. And like why you don't say them and like how certain ones are worse than others. And I got ratted out. Apparently like in the middle of like little kid, like 3 or 4 year old church class. They were like, my daddy says words all the time I'm not supposed to say. And then I think one of them, I think it was the boy. And then I think he said one or two of the words. The teacher was like, "Way."
Yeah, you don't need to tell me what the word is. I already know what the word is.
Yeah. Well, you know, you're young. You don't know. He's okay. Hey,
but when you're young, you also...
my dad loves to say this. And you're like, whoops.
When you're young, you also do the, like, if I'm not allowed to say it, I come up with reasons why I have to say it. Oh, I was just telling him what it meant. I wasn't using it. It's a good loophole.
Oh, yeah. Did I remember, like, when my kids reached a certain point and, like, I knew that they were swearing, so I would do that. Look, you don't have to pretend. Just keep it within reason. So I think I told my kids, by the time they were, like, in like 9th grade, I was like, look, I understand. I don't care if you curse. Because like occasionally they would slip around me and I'd be like, yeah, you're not sorry. And I don't care. Just don't just spew just like a series of F-bombs. Just keep it.
You don't want to just be the sailor person who just is cussing for sport or for something to do or because you're replacing or coming up with the thought.
Yes.
Don't make it part, like, if it's part of your personality, it's a problem. Use it when appropriate. It happens.
Yeah, I got 2 kids that I don't even blink. One, my oldest, is just filthy. She has a sewer for a mouth. I'm like, ooh. The boy, he's fine. You know, I know he curses, but it doesn't, you know, it's like whatever. My youngest, she's the sweet one. And so when she curses, it throws me for a loop. I'm not upset, but it's like shocking. If you ever have that, like whether it's your mom, your dad, aunt, uncle, we all have that person that doesn't really curse. And when they do curse,
you like, know they mean business.
Yeah, you're like, whoa.
Oh, yeah. I guess she's really mad this time.
Yeah, my dad doesn't curse. Like he's a man of the Lord. And I remember one year, a couple years back, we were at my when I was still talking to my brother, we were at a birthday party, and I got him a pair of like old man sneakers, you know, like the Air Monarchs.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, and my dad couldn't figure out what was funny about him
because it was such a fitting gift, and he was out on the joke.
Yeah, he didn't get the joke, so I said just Google old man shoes, and he Googled them, and when you Google old man shoes, 2 shoes come up.
Yeah,
the Air Monarch and the New Balance.
Okay,
guess what my dad was wearing?
The New Balances, and you got him the Monarchs.
No, like I got my brother the Monarchs. My dad was wearing the New Balance.
Oh, so okay, gotcha.
And it didn't go well. And like he did not take it well at all. And like we were like, it's fine. He could not let it go. He just kept bringing it up. And so you knew it was really bothering him. And it was like, oh my God, I meant to make fun of my brother. Turns out I'm making fun of my brother and my dad. But my brother, right, he didn't care. He's rolling. He understood the joke. My dad would not let it go. And so at one point, my daughter said something to him like, you're the only one that keeps bringing this up. Just like no one cares. And my dad out loud goes, you think I give an S about this? And we were like, whoa. I was like, so from the back, like from the peanut gallery, I was like, actually, I think we do. think that you're cursing.
It appears you might give an S
appears
about
that
this.
you might care about. Like, we all know that person that when they curse, you're like, oh, it got serious. Like, this got a little weird. Speaking of getting weird, so AI and robots, it's a thing. We know it's a thing. We know they're coming. But when you see robots now, they're not human-like.
They're robotic.
They're robotic.
Yeah.
Although some of the sex dolls they're coming out with, creepy. But we know this technology is going to keep getting better and better. The creepiest thing that I've ever seen, and this comes to us, where was that? The University of Tokyo, because of course it's Tokyo. I'm telling you, the Japanese and the sex bot technology, it's through the roof.
The Japanese and sex, they're very in touch with what they want.
Because that's the only reason this is happening. So the researchers at Tokyo University thought that one of the reasons that people are struggling to really get behind robots in a day-to-day life is because they're too robotic, and that the humanoid skin, it doesn't really work. So they have now taken actual human skin. They've grown human skin in a lab and have put it over a robot, and now the robot can smile human emotions and emote with real human flesh.
No.
And I'm telling you, it is look up.
And it's only going to get better. It's like how it looks. And
yeah, this is from NPR. Look up. A robot gets a face of living skin that allows it to smile. And I'm telling you, it's the most terrifying thing of all time. Yeah, they are. This is just, they wanted to get, they grew it. Human skin, human tissue, and human-like ligaments to give robots a more natural smile. And they unveiled it this week. You're telling me that's a more natural smile? Dude, that thing is horrifying.
Yeah.
You imagine that thing coming at you?
No. I don't. Ooh. Yeah, this is I am not comfortable with the AI world, but at this point in time, just along for the ride because it doesn't seem we have a choice.
No. So for the first time ever, the Japanese have given a robot, not human-like skin, they've given it
actual human
skin and ligaments.
I'm going to take his face
off.
It's like Face Off.
It's no good, man. It's no good. Although they did say that this may lead to like advancements for like burn victims.
Okay.
And like when a chimp rips your face off, you know.
And I wonder if it could also help people who've suffered strokes, who
I don't know. But more importantly, it's going to lead to a robot murdering me in my sleep while it smiles at me with human skin.
Yeah, probably.
That is terrifying. All right, we come back. We'll put a bow on this. We've been completely derailed, but hey, that happens. Club Kennedy and then Andrew Nemec, recruiting with Andrew Nemec, coming up next here on The Fan.
It's the Vancouver Ford text line.
Plenty of time to talk sports today.
me just state for the record, there's nothing that could approach me in the open ocean that I would think is a good idea. It's all bad. I was fishing off the coast of Mexico once, and we saw a humpback whale breach, like maybe, I don't know, 150 yards away from us. One of the most terrifying things I've ever seen. Because I just thought to myself, in this little dinghy that I'm in, what happens if that thing gets any closer to me? And everyone's like, oh my God, how cool is that? No, wrong. Or you see that where some dude's kayaking up in the San Juans and the killer whales. Rob had this happen once. You're up in the San Juans and the killer whales come around, and people are like, oh, that's amazing. Why?
What are you supposed to do?
That thing kills great white sharks. No. That is all kinds of bad.
Well, and even like the ones that aren't, like the humpbacks that aren't trying to eat you, like just their breaching is a huge danger to you.
Exactly. Well, that's what I thought. Like, what if that whale breaches and it just breaches on top of my boat?
Doesn't know you're there, yeah.
Doesn't know I'm there and knocks me off. Next thing I know, I'm in the middle of the ocean. And by the way, I was on some sketchy fishing vessel. I didn't even have a life jacket at the time. My man Diego didn't speak English. It's very sketchy. He wasn't even wearing shoes. I was like, this isn't good. Made me very uncomfortable. This guy's name is Todd Waddington. He's on a quest to row across the Atlantic Ocean by himself. Which, by the way, state for the record, if you decide to do anything by yourself like that, try to fly around the world, boat across or paddle across the Atlantic, and something happens to you, that's your fault.
100% agree.
I have no sympathy for you whatsoever. I don't want anyone to get hurt. I don't want anyone to die.
I don't want bad things to happen, but this goes under my play stupid games, win stupid prizes thing. Like,
yes.
you just, if you're setting yourself up for something bad to happen, don't be surprised when it does.
Exactly. Like, why? Why are you trying to row across the Atlantic Ocean by yourself in your little dinghy there? So he's just he's cruising along there, and let's see where he's at. He was out in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean all by himself. And this was, he was rowing 2,000 nautical miles from Newfoundland. So up there, think like Canada, but 2,000 miles out in the middle of the damn water. So I don't know, you're below Greenland or something up there. And out of nowhere, an entire pod of pilot whales just showed up around him, and they followed him for hours.
What's a pilot whale?
You know what a pilot whale is? It looks like a big dolphin.
Okay.
Think about like Google pilot whale.
Yeah, I'm sure.
It doesn't look like it doesn't look like a killer whale. It's like kind of a mix between a killer whale and a dolphin. It's got the little fin. It's kind of got a weird.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
right?
they're a little bit. They're kind of shaped like a beluga, but they're not white.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of like that. And so he was up there, and he said it was like the best thing ever. They followed him for hours. He couldn't believe how cool it was. And I was watching this. He said, I love it, but I'm scared they're going to hit my rudder. Absolutely. And he said they were like playing with him. They were interaction. The dude's got like amazing video of these things. I mean, they're all around him. And he's just in this little, like I said, he's in this little kind of rowboat thing. And they're all around him for hours. They're interested in what he has going on. They're bumping into the boat. And all I could think about was like this guy on camera just like loving it. He said they were just going under the boat. They were playing. I was taking videos. Am I the only one that if I'm out in the middle of the water or I'm out in the middle of the forest and a bunch of animals start coming over to me, my immediate impact or my initial thought is nothing good can come of this. Nothing whatsoever. Because
it would be great to stick around if you knew your safety were guaranteed, but if you're in a tiny little vessel and they're just messing with you,
yeah,
different story.
Or is it possible that they're gathering for a reason? And when you get a bunch of pilot whales, what hunts pilot whales? Do killer whales hunt pilot whales? This is like where they tell you when you're out in the water and you see seals, don't go near seals because guess what eats seals? Killer whales and sharks.
Bigger predators.
Yes.
And a seal will F you up too. Like that's not gonna.
Like what are we doing? Yeah, I was off. We were doing like stand-up paddleboarding years and years ago, and there were people out there who were surfing, and then there were reports that some of the surfers were all stoked that obviously didn't know what the hell they were doing because there were seals playing in the water.
Oh boy!
And like guys were all fired up. They're like, "Oh my God, there's seals!" And I was like,
"Get out, dudes!"
Yeah, you should probably get out. And the smart ones did, but there were a bunch of dumbasses there that were tourists that were out there thinking it was great that they were paddling around with the seals. I was like, "Well, someone's getting eaten." So I was kind of blown away by this guy who was just like he thought this was the best part of his journey, and all I could think about was sheer terror when animals surround me. Has there ever been a situation in the wild where a group of animals surrounds a human being?
You feel great about it?
And you feel good that animals don't surround other things. Like, nowhere in nature does an animal see another animal and think to themselves, you know what we should do right now? We should all gather in a big group around it, and then nothing bad happens. This goes back to my whole nature is a real son of a gun.
Mm-hmm.
Nature is brutal and nasty. I'm very suspicious of nature. Because, like, everyone on, like, this guy's, like, I saw this on Twitter, everyone's comments were, like, what a great, thing this was. And I thought to myself, am I just that cynical where I assume that nature is trying to kill me at all times? Or am I just a little more wise to the ways of the wild?
I think it's a little bit in between, because I wouldn't go as far as saying cynical, because I also don't know that, nature's not actively plotting to kill Jason Sakanik. I mean, they're not sitting there thinking about you.
Oh, they are.
But the moment you put yourself in their environment, you're in their world, and then you're just a pawn in it.
Now,
so
I'm convinced that nature is actively trying to kill you at all times. Just is.
I think they're naturally trying to kill whatever's in front of them, which, if
Exactly.
you're there, is you.
Thank you. You see a bear, guess what? That bear has got it in its mind somewhere along the way that it's going to kill you.
I saw a great TikTok clip the other day. It made its way onto Twitter, and it was this family that was at some sort of a mountain house, and it looked like it was, springtime, and out come the bears, because they're out of hibernation. They're looking for something to eat. They're poking around cabins, seeing who's left food behind or whatnot. And it's a black bear. It's not super big. And they're on, like, a raised deck. I'm like, oh, it's so cute. Hi, buddy. How's it going? And they kind of, like, with their cooing voices, lure the bear over. And it comes up the steps. And then it gets up on its back legs, and it puts its hands on the gate. And they're like, oh, he's so... And then right mid-sentence, this thing leaps, gets its back legs on top of the gate, and all of a sudden they play the track, I Believe I Can Fly, and the people are running through the house.
Just always assume, like that lady at that Sisters Rodeo when that bull got out, assume that
Party
that
bus.
animal, if they could, would mess you up. Like you see a deer, and then you're like, trust me, if that deer could, it would kick you right in the face. Yeah, Mother Nature is always trying to do something to you. So next time you're out paddling across the Atlantic, and like a pod of like 50 whales that are larger than you surround you, ask yourself a question. Why? Why are they doing it?
The other thing is, no one ever considers the risk reward. People think about how great it would be to have this experience surrounded by whales, but they don't think about how lame it would be to be torn apart by whales, or be knocked off your boat or capsized by whales. And I think if you weighed the two, you wouldn't love it.
You're swimming around, you're like, oh, it's a pod of dolphins. I better be in a big-ass boat that the dolphins can't tip over.
I may have something here, Sook, that'll tickle your fancy. Jeff Rust tipped me off to it. There was a video going viral earlier today, and it's essentially that the European mind cannot comprehend the American way. What we have is an Instagram video of a young European man driving a Ram truck to a Hooters, and him narrating what that's like.
Yeah, all right, let's go.
I've been driving for 5 minutes now and I can't wipe this smile off my face. I'm driving a Ram truck in America. Like, look how sick this is. Country music on the radio. Go on. I'm going to Hooters in a Ram truck in America, boys. Yeah. Praise for freedom.
There you have it.
That's an Englishman excited about driving a Ram truck
to Hooters in the U.S., yeah.
Hey, man. What do they say? Enjoy the little things in life?
He does.
Well, I appreciate that. And you know what? There is an element of whimsy there that I appreciate, because the thing about in our lives, we will never get that excited about driving a Ram truck to a Hooters.
In fact, you've told a tale about maybe the most depressing thing I've ever heard at a Hooters.
At a Hooters. Kiss Me
New Year's
Florida.
Eve at the Hooters.
Oh, well, that's a whole other one. Yeah. That was the most depressing place on the planet. I think that's why they had to shut it down after that night. All right, come back. Put a bow on this thing. Club 1080. 1080 The Fan.
No, we're still going. You're on, buddy. We're
on?
Yeah, no, we're not behind.
I thought we had a break.
No, we're just going to the end of the show. About another minute and a half, 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
I thought we had a break.
No, we're good. We're caught up.
Oh, look at us.
Yeah.
All right, well, no, screw me.
I was looking over here. I'm like, no, we got. No.
We're so used to being late at this point. I looked down and
It's the norm.
I saw it was like 52. I was like,
oh,
crap.
got a break. Yeah.
I was like, I got to break because then we got to be out at 56. So I thought we were going to have to break and then it would come back and be like, hey, this thing's done.
Well, and then because of my, OS moments earlier today, I'm like, well, clearly I must have missed this or I must be off. But I'm looking at it,
You
I'm like,
thought it too?
no, wait a second. No.
Are you sure we're on time?
I am positive.
I'm waiting for your face again when you realize that we're a break behind.
No,
I want the boss to know this is Ryan Buckley.
No, we're not. I can see it. It's the last 2 commercial spots, and then it's the legal ID for the top of the hour. So
all right. How about this one? I'll throw this in some more animal news. A lobster was saved at Red Lobster. By the way, yeah, Red Lobster's
like liberated?
Still a thing. Well, I guess Red Lobsters do get live lobsters delivered to them. And this I actually like because one of the things that bums me out, like I'm not a big hunter, but I also don't crap on hunting. I don't like trophy hunting. That bothers me. But if you're gonna eat what you catch, what you kill, I get it, right? It's no different than me going to the store and I guess I appreciate that more, someone that's willing to do that on their own as opposed to letting someone else do it for you. It's just not my it's not necessarily my cup of tea. I like to fish and I don't mind hunting. It's just, I don't need to shoot anything, right? I'm good. Used to do it when I was younger. Don't need to do it anymore. But what does bother me is like when someone sees like an albino buffalo, like a white buffalo or a white moose.
And that thing should be dead because I need to have it on my wall.
Exactly. Like it's this majestic, like one of a kind sort of thing. And it's like, I'm going to blow the hell out of this. And then I'll talk about where it was. Well, I guess at Red Lobster, they get real lobster that gets shipped to them. It's not dead yet.
I didn't realize that. I guess I should have.
I assumed they just brought in dead lobster.
Or that they did the flash freeze or whatever.
No. Manager at Red Lobster in Colorado was going through his lobsters. And here's the other one. I thought lobsters were orange. Are lobsters not orange?
Red?
I guess they're red. Hence red lobster.
I think I feel like they might be orange in the wild, but when you cook them, they turn red.
I assume just like they were kind of a reddish orange color, but I guess an orange lobster is really, really rare. And an orange lobster arrived at this guy's restaurant and he was like, hey, this is a really rare lobster. I guess it's like 1 in 30 million.
And this was at a Red Lobster?
At a Red Lobster in Colorado.
I'm amazed that the Red Lobster employee in Colorado knew that was a rare lobster.
He was a dishwasher.
Unbelievable.
He was in Pueblo, Colorado.
And also a marine biologist?
Jose Romero. Yeah, and he went and got the manager and was like, hey, I'm telling you, this thing's a rare lobster. He got him to look it up, and it turns out, yeah, it's 1 in every couple million. And he said he'd been at Red Lobster for 12 years, and he had never seen anything like it. And that lobster was saved and is now at a Denver aquarium to live out its years in safety.
How lovely. No one's eaten that orange lobster.
Those rest of those lobsters, though, you're hooped.
See ya.
It's your ass, Mr. Lobster. But that one, because of a dishwasher that said, hey, that lobster looks different than the rest.
Is that the most scientific-minded dishwasher on the planet?
Of all time. Kudos to you, Jose, for saving that lobster's life. That being said, now I kind of want lobster and some Cheddar Bay biscuits. Now we can say that we're done and on time. Coming up next, recruiting with Andrew Nemec. You've been listening to Primetime here on 1080 The Fan.